The President, please be seated. The trial chamber is back in session for today, and this morning and tomorrow we will conduct the hearing on the facts, the operation of Presaw, which is part of S21. And before we begin our program, I would like to remind the parties to these proceedings. Please be informed that at the request of the interpreters, requesting all of you that to use your effort to speak more slowly so that the interpreters could provide accurate, clear interpretations so that the trial chamber and the conduct of the hearing and the transcript should be recorded properly and accurate. In addition to that, I have a concern that I am the one who, on the request for the fast speaker, so some of the parties were mentioned by the name to speak more slowly so that we can go smoothly. The security officer, please bring the accused to the dock. Please, Mr. Co-Prosecutor, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Mr. President, Your Honours, Counsel. Your Honour, just a brief administrative matter. After the trial management meeting yesterday or during it, you advised us that the witness phase of the case will start on Monday. And you also advised us that we had 1 hour of questioning with the accused and similarly with the other parties. I would ask that after the questioning of the trial chamber, whether it was possible that the questioning start tomorrow morning from the party's perspective. And the reason why I ask that is, as Your Honours have rightly done, and we welcome that, you've provided the parties fairly strict time constraints with questioning. And as it's the last phase of this case, I would ask that we be able to review Your Honours' questions so that we don't ask repetitive questions tomorrow morning. That's a brief request.
And Your Honours, if I can at least on behalf of my group support that request, because again you gave only 1 hour for civil parties on that topic, so that will require some coordination on our side. So we would be grateful if we could have some time to review, and we would be ready tomorrow morning if you do finish today. But we would request not to start today if possible. We're grateful.
The President, the trial chamber take notes of this request, and we consider that the proposal is appropriate and sustained, and so that you can prepare your question to avoid repetition question and some question that might be might not fall in the facts discussed, and we will spend less time and straight to the point. And the trial chamber made its study on these facts, and one day for this fact it would be sufficient for the questionings, because the facts it is a part of the S21, but it is limited. And when we look into the closing order, the trial chamber, as mentioned today, it may be we can use only one day for this fact, but in fact it might be not even one day, or one morning, or a little bit in the afternoon, and tomorrow for today and tomorrow we will focus on these facts, and we keep the next week for the hearing of the survivors, so that we have enough possibility to proceed with these facts. So we decide to receive your request. The President, the accused once again, the trial chamber would like to inform you that the trial chamber will question you about the facts at Presaw called S24, and about its establishment and the operations. This is the subject for today's hearing. Mr. Kang Kek Il, was Presaw a part of S21 in Phnom Penh? The accused, Mr. President, S21, since I became the chairman, there were three places. The first was S21 in Phnom Penh. Second, the killing field at Cheung Ek. The third, it was the re-education place at Presaw. In the past, when Nat was the chief, he called it as S24 for Presaw. I agreed with the trial chamber to use the term, the name S24 as Presaw, but I would like to confirm that it is a section or part of S21. It is under my supervision. That's all. The President questioned the real name of Presaw, so we call it by its name at that time. What was it? The accused, Mr. President, the name recognized by the Standing Committee of the Central Party, it was called, the three places it's called S21, including the S21 at Phnom Penh, at Cheung Ek, and the re-education camp at Presaw. But in the internal affair of S21, not call it as S24, and I also recognize S21 as Presaw, but it is under my control. It was absolutely under my controls. That's all. The President, so it means that the security office S24 or Presaw was established in the same time of S21? Is that true? The accused, Mr. President, it is true. The President, you said a while ago that you were the chairman for all places, including the re-education place at Presor S24. Do you remember and can you tell the chamber about the structure, the management structure at office S24 or Presor? The accused, Mr. President, at the beginning I would like to tell you that S21 was created since when NAT created the security office for Division 703, Nopon Al-Yasok was purged. A number of people who were not decided by the party were sent to Presor for re-education. So it continues since then. When S21 was officially created and when I became the Deputy Chief for Presor, it was also under my supervision in my capacity as a deputy. And when Nat was there as the chairman, Comrade Hui, his former name is Nun Hui, was one of the members of the S21 committee. At that time, Nat assigned one person to be responsible as a deputy of Nun Hui. His name is Yu Peng Kri, alias Mon at Presor, but later Comrade Mon Nu Peng Kri, alias Nu Peng Kri, was purged, and only Comrade Hui was there. In addition to that, every now and then I ask Comrade Paul to help the work of Comrade Hui. So the one who was always there on my behalf and on the behalf of the S21 committee at Presor was Comrade Hor. And the three of us, we were together and we implemented the party policy against the enemy and re-education at Presor. That's all I can tell you, Mr. President. When you were the chief of also the re-education camp at Presor, did you know the size and the geographical area under your control, and the survivor from that place? They said that if you look into the place that they live, it seemed to be far from Presor. So one of the survivors said that he was from Kropeha Pagoda and it was part of Presor. What can you say about the geographical area of Presor at that time? The accused, Mr. President, I do not know about the existence of that pagoda, but when I went to Presor, I went to the house of Comrade Hui next to the edge of the stream named Long Gong. One time I went there I met Comrade Hui, who was planting the sweet potatoes at that time, and Baku was not in Preso Center. It was belonged to Division 703. I can describe briefly the geography when I went there. When you are talking about the rice paddy and rice field, it had a small rice paddy. It had the same size of rice paddies for the tailors unit. There was a map at the general staff, but I could not find that map. But the area was not so large. You are talking about that pagoda, but I don't know whether it was part of Preso. That's all. The president on Lung Kong and the former Preso prison, how far from Preso it was? The accused, Mr. President, talking about the distance estimation, I could not make that estimation, but it is far. One is on to the south, another one is at the northeast. I could not make estimation, but it's not more than 10 kilometers. It was about it's the maximum, maybe 5 kilometers from each other. That's all I can tell you. The President, thank you. At that time, the former Preso prison from the old regime, did you use in any purpose for the Preso Re-Education Center? The accused, Mr. President, the former Preso prison, we did not use it. Personally, I went to see some souvenir that I was detained there. There was nothing that we used, nothing there. And myself and the S21 committee members, we decided not to use the former prison of Lono, so we abandoned it. Why did we decide that? Because we do not have waters. This is the most important thing. That's all I can tell you, Mr. President. Mr. the President, can you tell the chamber that what were the important roles of the Re-Education Center of Preso? What were the roles and missions? The accused, Mr. President, the main roles and function and the most basic function were to keep the combatant who have problem or trouble, who were almost arrested for detention or interrogation and torture and smash, but they did not make that final decision, and they sent those combatants there. They call the element units as called at that time. That's all I can tell you briefly, Mr. President.
The President, what about the regime of making reports? That is, the reporting of the activities of the re-education center. Was the report directly sent to the upper echelon, or the report has to go through you and then you would report to the upper echelon or to the standing committee or to your superior, Son Sen, and later on Noon Chia? The accused. Mr. President, the unit of elements was designated by the standing committee. They lose their right as civilians. So the decision to smash was made halfway already. And the order was made to the S21 committee, and actually it was delivered to the committee of the 703 division. Every day, Comrade Hui sent me the report on the number of elements who were sick and for those who could work. Particularly regarding the incidents, Comrade Hui would report to Comrade Ho, and that practice was done before even when I became the chairman. So this is about the authority. If we compared Preso to the M13B, it was different. At M13B, people would be detained for 1 week just as a deterrence, and then they were released. But the situation was different at Preso. Since its establishment, the unit of elements were never transformed into the ordinary civilians or combatants again. This is my response, Your Honor. The President, you stated the important roles of the re-education center at Preso, that is to re-educate the male and female youths who made an offense, and the offense was decided halfway towards the smash. However, in the case filed, there were other types of people who were kept at the re-education center at Preso. Can you describe the other elements of people who were sent to Preso for re-education? The accused, Mr. President. The other elements who were sent for the education, for the first batch, it was just an experiment, and there were about 30 or 30 plus of them. At that time, my superior, Son Sen, brought the combatants from the East Zone to try to experiment on the re-education, and that happened once. They were from the tanks unit. So after 1 month, he instructed me to release them and to have them into the tanks unit, which was newly established, and I implemented his decision. So that was the first experiment for those who were the elements outside the 703 division. However, based on the swabbing document, it is shown that the elements from Office 62 and Office 63 from of the Logistics Office from the General Staff, Kamrat Sok or Sundara, who was the Secretary of the Secret Force in Phnom Penh. So his group and his relatives were also sent by my superior, including Mai Lun and his relatives were also sent to Preso. Mai Lun and Kamrat Sok and his wife were smashed. So this is in the surviving document. Before there was a measure on them, an order need to be sought from him. This is from my recollection, and because I saw that document, I could say that the people entered Preso was originally the members of the 703 divisions, but then later on, based on the surviving documents, then members of the general staff were also sent there. There might be other members of other units who were sent there, even from Phnom Penh, but I am not clear. If there are surviving documents to show, then I can confirm that. However, I could say that no member or elements from the countryside were sent to Preso. It might be possible that members from various units in Phnom Penh were sent to Preso, but mostly maybe the units from the Central Army. There were 9 divisions within the Central Army and 3 regiments. So probably the people or the elements at Preso might have come from those units. This is just my conclusion, Your Honor. The President, however, we also saw some elements. For example, family members of the subordinates who were arrested and sent to S21, who were the former S21 staff. Some of them were brought there, including the rest of the family members. So sometimes based on the documents, the husbands were sent to S21 and smashed, and the family members were sent to Preso. And sometimes also the subordinates were also sent to Preso. Were there such cases? The accused, Mr. President, I cannot deny it. If there are any surviving documents, it would be beneficial to read the documents. However, from my recollection, the important cadres, for example, Won Wait, when he was arrested, Brother Vunt was also arrested, that's his wife, and also his children. So I cannot make any conclusion as which cadres would be delivered to me by the superior for the detention at S21 in Phnom Penh, and who else would be sent to Preso. I mean the family members of those who were arrested and detained at S21. The President, the people who were sent for re-education at Preso, were there women and children? The accused, Mr. President, the people who were sent for re-education at Preso, from my recollection, initially they were the male and female combatants from the 703 divisions. So they were purely male and female combatants, and the supervising cadres there only had a wife, that is Yut Peng Kri alias Hun. So that was what happened at the time. and about the 160 children in the list written by Comrade Ho were the children who were separated from their parents in Phnom Penh and they were kept temporarily in Preso. The president, the women who were kept for re-education in Preso, were there any pregnant women? The accused, Mr. President, when I was the chairman of the overall S21, I did not have the figure, but based on the surviving documents, yes, there were some pregnant women kept there. The president, the court officer, can you take these documents to show it to the accused? The co-prosecutor, can you project on the screen a document in Khmer 00007270? Can you do that? The audio and visual unit, can you link the co-prosecutor's computer to the main screen?
Connecter l'écran principal sur celui des coprocureurs.
The President, the audio and visual unit, please link the screen to the computer screen of the co-prosecutor. The President, the court officer, can you have this document to be projected on the slide? First, projects the first document, says the President.
Projeter le premier document, dit le président.
Your Honour, there seems to be some technical problem. We've been advised by the IT section that next week they'll improve the situation so we don't have to pull out the plug and place it back in again, but it appears it's just arisen on the screen.
Du document à l'écran. D'ici la semaine prochaine, ce problème devrait être réglé. C'est ce qu'on nous assure en tout cas.
Can you see the document on the screen? Because here on our screens we do not see anything.
Nous ne voyons rien.
The President, the document which is being projected on the screen, that is with the year and 0007072. My question to you is, do you acknowledge that this is the document from the Re-Education Center in Preso and that the annotation is yours?
Et qu'il s'agit bien ici de vos annotations.
The accused, Mr. President, in this document, there are annotations from two people. That is, who is annotation in his report to me, talking about the father and the mother and the siblings of contemptible Sok. And later on, he talked about the owner of the dollars who were about to go to Battambang. President, I do not want to know the details. What I want to know is whether you acknowledge that this is the document coming from S21 and or the Re-Education Center in Preso. The accused, Mr. President, I acknowledge this is the document of S24, and I annotated on this document. The President, court officer, can you show the second document on the screen? The accused, you can see the one with the red circle. It said that the pregnant lady were about to deliver, and there were 8 of them.
Les femmes enceintes, il y en avait 8, étaient sur le point de
Do you acknowledge this is an appropriate document? Because just then you acknowledged the first document, that it was the document from S24 with your annotation, and this is the second document. The accused, Mr. President, this is also a document belonging to S24.
Monsieur le Président, il s'agit bien là aussi d'un document.
The President, so to acknowledge that the people supervising S24 acknowledge that there were also pregnant women. The accused, Mr. President, this is true. The President, can you complete your answer? The accused, Mr. President, this is a document verifying that there were pregnant women, and also the original elements of those who were sent to Preso, including the marital transport unit, the water unit in Chamkamon, and those from various divisions, and one person from the energy ministry. So there were various elements. Court officer, you cannot remove the document from the slide. The President, can you tell the chamber the form or the process of sending people who were the family members of the people who were arrested and sent to S21 and smashed? What was the process of sending those people to Preso, and how was it done? I think there are 2 ways. One is those people were already sent to S21, but they were not entered yet. Only the people who were to be kept in S21 were kept there, and the family will be sent to S24. Or alternatively, the husbands would be sent to S21, and the family members would be sent directly to S24 without going through S21. Can you explain it to us?
The accused, Mr. President, based on my assumptions, I'm not very clear. It may be that the husband was arrested and sent for a day or two, and later the wives were arrested later and sent to the place marked R, and the security sent them to Presor. Why I made this assumption? Because I remember one of the case. It is Won Wait. The standing committee arrested Brother Won at the office of the Central Committee on the 2nd of November 1978. About 1 day or 2 days later, they arrested the wives of Cheng On and Won Wait's wife at Soramarat Buddhist Institute and sent to the place marked R. And if anyone would send to Presor, they need to first arrive at the place marked R, which is now called the Bihai radio station. So this is my conclusion on that case. That's all I can tell, Mr. President. So they need to first arrive at the place marked R, which is now called the Bihai radio station. So this is my conclusion on that case. That's all I can tell, Mr. President. The President, now talking about the working condition, can you tell the Chamber about the aspect and the working conditions and the living conditions of those who were kept at the re-education center? The accused, the management and the supervision of those who were kept there. There was a strict management. During the day's work, they were also guarded. The security was not armed, but I did not went there personally. I did not witness that. However, those who guarded those people who were there together with those people, and those who had a problem, they stay in a separate house, and the combatant who guarded will stay in a separate house, but they bear the guns. But for those who have a problem, have to stay at a separate. Sometime Comrade Hui arrested and kept there a night or two before sending to Phnom Penh, or he detained there 2 or 3 nights and later released. But for anyone to be sent to Phnom Penh, he had to have my decision from me, so that he can send to S21 or directly to Chiang Ek based on the offense they committed. That's all I can tell you, Mr. President. The President, just now you said that those who were supervised or managed, can you tell us who were the one who kept there at S24? So they called that group was called a prisoner, or what were they called, or just the one who were under your supervision, or those who receive re-education? Was there any particular term for that? At S21 they were called as prisoners, but for those who were at resort, did you call them as prisoner, or what was the term used to refer to those people kept at resort? The accused, Mr. President, the term used, it is country-wide use for these people. They call them as people with some elements. People. One of the surviving documents, and I received the document. It is the statistics of the General Staff, ERN 00 052 319. In this document, on line number 13, it reads, Office S21, there were 2,327, not included the elements. And the notes on the bottom of the page, it reads the statistic of the force surrounding Phnom Penh. There were 30,600. The statistic for there were 43,810 of them. So the elements unit kept at S24, there were 1,300 of them. The term used across the country, they call it the elements unit. It means that it's not clear that they were friend or enemy. Sometimes they slash us in their capacity as an enemy. In some cases, they were loyal to us. So this is we call the elements unit, or people in the elements units. Thank you.
Les ennemis, mais ce n'était pas très clair. On les désignait par le terme unité d'éléments.
The President, can you tell us, or did you know about the assignment for people to supervise those people at S24? So how did that works about especially those who need to supervise those elements unit, or people in those element units? How did it works at that time? The accused, I did not prepare as a list, but in general, I can tell you as follows. They were divided into three different groups based on the true nature and the stance of those people. One group which was considered better or good, another one is fair, and another group was the group that may cause any harm to us. So I would like to tell you that based on my conclusion, based on my understanding on the party line, I can tell you this information. The President, the divisions of the category of people based on the target or the elements under the supervision of Pressor, what was the purpose of that division?
Quel était l'objectif de cette division?
The accused, Mr. President, firstly, the first purpose to manage them to do the work, and they can reveal themselves in the working and the respect of the regulation in the group in the platoon, and they had to follow their superior. This is one of the purpose, the main purpose. It's only the only purpose to have them work hard for the benefit of the party, for the production of rice, and they had to learn to follow the superior and not to be rude or not to oppose the party in any case whatsoever. This is the main purpose of division of the group of people. The President, the consequence of the division of the three categories of group of people at S24 or Pressor, were there any impact that signify any the harder work or any severe condition of working or food for the type you say good, fair, and not good element groups? The accused, Mr. President, I was not there personally, but I can tell you that the division in the food ration was not important, but the more important is about the spy against those people, because the third element that we consider as the bad element, in some case they can cause harm to us. So there was a strict spy or monitoring, and the decision to remove these people to be detained at Phnom Penh. It's more easier to make decision. It does not need a careful decision to that. So based on my recollection, I can tell you about this. The President, thank you. Another question. The division into three categories of people, was there any change during the operation? For example, for the people in the good group, if anyone commit any mistake, was sent to any not so good or to the worst group, to the second or the first group, because they build up themselves. Was there any criteria to move people from one group to another? The accused, there might be a case, but from the good categories, some more people was changed from one to the second and to the third, but from the second and the third group to the first is very few of them, and more people from the third group to Phnom Penh and Chiang Mai. The President, talking about the working hours, can you remember and tell us about the working hour for doing the work there? Because they were all had to work from day to day. So can you tell us about that? Mr. President, they did not do any other business rather than the rice productions. So when the harvesting ends, they need to dig the canal and the rice paddy dikes, and they need to grow the vegetables and sweet jam in addition to the production, and they need to supply to their units. And their main works were rice productions and the growing of the cassava and sweet jam, and also raising animal to support the units at the center. This is about their works. And talking about working hours, at least 8 hours a day. 8 hours a day. So it is the minimum. And sometimes they need to wake up in the early morning when there's a strong offensive doing the job. That's all I can tell you. The President, were there any night work for them? The accused, yes, Mr. President, when there's a full moon night work were required. The President, were there any holidays within a week or within 10 days, or the work continued without any break or holidays? The accused, Mr. President. So from the beginning there was a break, a 1-day break per 10 days, but later every one of us, including me, we did the work every day, and also the cadre like me had to do the work every day. That's all I can tell you. The President, at that center, were there any animals as a driving force for plowing and for transportation? If yes, how many were there at that time? The accused, Mr. President. If yes, there were very few of that driving force animals. When we need to do the plowing, we need to use hoes to dig the ground in the rice paddy. Most of the time, most combatant unit use the hoes to dig the rice paddy instead of plowings. That's all I can tell you. The President, was there any arrangement for plowing that people were used as a driving force like animal at that time? The accused, I cannot say no, but there are some unit in Phnom Penh, they use that practice, but if yes, there were a few cases only. The President, talking about the strictness of the discipline or the regulation for those who were in the elements unit or those under the supervision, did they have the right to move around in the territorial area of S24? Could they move out of the area that they were kept? The accused, Mr. President, nobody had the authority to authorize anyone to leave outside the unit. That was the common practice. And in Phnom Penh, I just give you an example.
the interrogation cadres who were strictly forbidden to leave their unit or to talk to other people in various units regarding the importance of or the essence of documents. And for those in Preso, they had no authority to walk or to move to various other units. And the secretary of S24 had no authority to allow anyone to leave the compound. However, they could talk to other elements within the compound, although they might be in other units. They could only talk to their workmates, but they could not talk to the rest. So their right of movement was restricted. Their freedom of speech was also restricted only to those within their units. It was just a small chit-chat, and they could only talk in details when it comes to the criticism meetings in the evening. So I say again, in general, at both locations at S21 and S24, the right of movement was restricted. The President, let me clarify. So it's for both the S21 staff in Phnom Penh and the re-education center at Preso. Both staffs were not allowed to communicate easily, so there was a clear restriction. And secondly, they were not allowed to take leave, for example, to go and visit their parents. Is this correct? The accused, Mr. President? They were not allowed at all to go and visit their parents at their hometown. Let me just say it frankly, even I myself never had the authority to seek for leave from my superior to visit my mother. I never went to Stung. I only went there once after my marriage, when I accompanied my mother to go back. So in the entire unit, when I myself behaved like that, nobody else would dare to behave differently. The President, at S24 Security Office or Preso, was there a medical unit for the treatment of the sick? If so, what was the medical service like? The accused, the medical health at both locations at S21 and S24 was almost non-existent, as I already reported to the chamber. Initially, there was a medic, Comrade Z. Later on, he was removed, replaced by Comrade 3, and after 3 was removed, it was hardly to have any medic. Even I myself, when I got sick, I had to seek assistance from the two verdicts, from the two medics, from the prisoners. One was the nephew of Nuon Chia, Thorn, and another person from Soviet, Padet. So in conclusion, not even in S21 in Phnom Penh, the health service was very restricted. I did not think about further training to provide the medical service. This is my response, Your Honor. the President. What about the pregnant women? And from the document I just shown, there were 8 pregnant women who was almost due for the delivery, and the report was in 77 November. So what happened to them? How did they deliver the babies? Were there midwives with scarce medical resource? The accused, Mr. President. For the pregnant women who were to deliver and who were in the unit of elements, they had no authority to go to deliver the babies at the state hospital outside. They had to deliver the babies within the compound of S24. I was not sure about the midwife. Could be May, who learned some techniques before, or it could be just a traditional midwife. As I said, I did not pay much attention to the medical service. Neither for my staff and unit, nor for the unit of elements. And for some wives of the cadres, when they were sick, I sent them to the state hospital. So it was my mistake not to consider to provide the medical service. The President, what about the food ration? What was it like? You said people were categorized in 3 categories: the serious, the medium, and the less serious group, in order to monitor their activities based on the groups. And you also said the second group could could move into the third group, but then the third group can never move up to the second or the first group. And the question is the food ration for them, comparing to the prisoners at S21 in Phnom Penh. Was it the same, or was it in a better ration? The accused, Mr. President, talking about the food ration for the unit of elements, it was better. The food ration for the prisoners in Phnom Penh were less than those at the unit of elements in Preso. If we talk about the medical service for those elements, it was also better than the medical service for the prisoners detained in Phnom Penh. However, for some important prisoners with important confessions, the medical service was better than the rest. It was an exception in order to complete the confession. So for some people in Phnom Penh, their food ration and their medical service was less than those people at Preso. The President. At the re-education center in Preso, was there any establishment of units such as interrogation or torture team? The accused, Mr. President, from what I can recall, no, there was no such establishment. Why? Because if they were interrogated there, then who would bring the confessions to me for the annotation? And who were the interrogators there? And who would appoint them? So I did not believe there were interrogations or torture at Preso without my authorization. The President. However, there are testimonies of the survivors who said for the third group they had to receive the interrogation and torture, including the beating up and electrocution. In the agreed facts for Preso, in paragraph 232, at Preso, the guards beat the prisoners up and scold the prisoners when they were sick and could not work, and you did not contest to that. Also, at paragraph 233, in one room in Preso, the male and female prisoners were interrogated by electrocution, and you did not contest. And for paragraph 234, those people who were sent to Preso, when they came, their head were shaved, and they have their skin flayed from the application of electric shocks by the interrogators, and you did not contest to the fact. So these are the agreed facts between you and the co-prosecutors, and this is contradicting to what you just stated. At that time you did not contest. What is your opinion on what I have just read on the agreed facts regarding the Preso in point 232, 233 and 234? The accused, I would like to clarify that the interrogation might have happened. However, it would have happened without my appointment. It's possible that Comrade Hui asked others to interrogate before they were sent to X21. And the electrocution was a separate matter. I do not believe there were such incidents there, because there were limited generators. So in conclusion, the interrogation there might have happened. If it did, it was without my authorization. And in addition, there were no reports or confessions sending to me for annotation. So I do not contest to the possibility that Comrade Hui might have done this without my knowledge. The President, at the re-education center at Preso, were there Preso staff who were disciplined and included in the units of elements under the supervision of the Preso staff? The accused, Mr. President. The people who re-educated them to supervise them, if they made another mistake or offense, they would not be included into the elements. For serious offense, it would be reported to the upper echelon and they would be brought to Phnom Penh. The President, the people who were arrested and sent to S21 in Phnom Penh, including those who were directly sent to Chiang Ai. Also, that included the staff of the re-education center in Preso and those people within the unit of elements. Altogether, how many of them? Can you provide a rough estimate? The accused. For those elements who were entered into Phnom Penh, there were more than 100 of them. So, in total, within that 3-year period, there were more than 100 of them. Separately, for the staff of the combatant unit supervising the work in Preso, there were less than 100 of them, because in total, all the staff in Preso who were detained, there were only a little bit more than 100 altogether. The President, on paragraph 190, it reads, at least 571 people, including the people and the S24 staff, were arrested and sent from S24 to Dul Slang, and you did not contest to this fact. So the figure is far from what you said, because here it mentioned a clear figure, 571. What is your comment on this point? Because the figure is so different. The accused. One is the figure, and yes, I respect the figure. And the other one is my recollection. It might not be as accurate as the real figure. So yes, I acknowledge the real figure. The President, I did not ask who made the decision to arrest the staff at the security office at S24 or Preso, because you already answered to that, who was overall made that decision. However, for the operation of the arrest of people and to send them from Preso to S21 in Phnom Penh, or who were sent directly to Chiang Ai, which unit was responsible for such operation? The accused, Mr. President, the task was decided by me, and I ordered Comrade Ho to implement my order, and of course it would fall under the special unit. The President, in general, was the operation conducted during the day or during the night time? The accused, it was within the same unit, so I believe it was done during the daytime. The arrest of Comrade Hui was also done during the daytime. I ordered the people who had to arrest Comrade Hui during the daytime, under the pretext that he was called for training or for work assignment. So I believed the more possibility would be that the operation was conducted during the daytime rather than the nighttime. Mr. President, the arrest of Non Hui or Noi Sra, was his wife or children also arrested and brought along with him? The accused, Mr. President, when I ordered for the arrest, I only ordered for the arrest of Comrade Hui. And for his wife and children, it would be decided by Comrade Hui. The president saw it means the wife of Hui Israel, who was the chairman of the Braysor and a member, actually he was a member of the S21 committee in charge of S24. His wife and children were also arrested and smashed. Is that correct? The accused, Mr. President, that is correct. Comrade Hui was arrested just 1 month before the 6th of January. He was arrested on the 6th of December 78, and Comrade Kuhn was probably arrested 1 day after, along with the children, with the son.
The President, what was the ground for the arrest of Nun Hoi, alias Hui Israel? When you addressed several times, there was one fault that he allowed his messenger or the one who, the radio operator, fled away. Was it the main ground of his arrest? My question is that so the incident happened at that time. Who reported to you, or how did you know about that? The accused, Mr. President, the ground that led to the arrest of Comrade Hui, there were several grounds, but I forgot. But the key ground of the arrest, because his radio operator fled. So the series of facts or incidents based on my observation and monitoring by me and her against Comrade Hui. And therefore, what become known to me, the incident in relation to Comrade Hui, and when his radio operator fled, and it was reported to me, and I look at that report, and it is not reasonable, and then I reported to the upper echelon, and Nun Hui, and I request the upper echelon to arrest Nun Hui. I requested from Uncle Nun, and he agreed to that. But based on my several reported to him, but Uncle Nun requested to see Comrade Hui, including myself, her, and him. So when the upper echelon understand more better about Comrade Hui, and then the decision would come. But I would like to tell you that the story that I remember, and the main ground is that he allow his radio operator to flee. Placed in a house, and during the detention, I believe there was torture against the victim. Yes, I believe that. Too many. So for those who fail to follow the instruction of the chairman, may result in reprimand or the scolding. Was there any case about the deprivation of food as the disciplinary actions? The accused, Your Honor, there might be the case, but it has not been very long, because it may cause the victim to weak and cannot work. So there's a case that food deprivation 1 day or 2 days. Judge too many. At Braysor, were there anyone who were sent for re-education, was the victim a foreigner or the Westerner, or were there any Vietnamese victim? The accused, Your Honor, there were no Westerner or foreigner from the Western area. There were no Vietnamese victim, because the Vietnamese victim they were sent to S21 not because they were Vietnamese. They were the person who commit any fraud or offense against the regime, and they were arrested and sent to S21. So the staff member in the military of the central or the standing committee, there was no one was Vietnamese. So in conclusions, those who were in Preso, none of them was Vietnamese, and no Westerner. And if anyone from the West, they would be sent to to S21. That's all. Question: were there any women and children experience the re-education at Preso Center? Your Honor, yes, there were women. The children might be true because they follow their mothers. What was the system of management at Preso? Did they allow the women and children stay together or stay in the same house as the men? The accused, let me mention one word. The children can stay with the women, but the men and women were not stay in the same house or building. Chairtumani, you just mentioned earlier that you went to Preso for 4 times, and you did not see very well about those who were in the elements unit. So how can you say about their food rations for those who were in the elements unit at Preso? The accused, Your Honor, the food rations was determined. Yes, there was a food ration. It applied since the creation of that re-education center. I dare not change that ration because I am afraid I was fearful of violation of the party line. But I can say that the food ration was not better, or it's not even the same as for the combatant. When I visited there and I saw Comrade Hui, who were growing the sweet potato with other 4 or 5 combatants, I observed that the health condition is not much different among those at the elements and other people. Judge too many. Can you say the food ration there was sufficient at that time? The accused, no, it's not sufficient, not enough. Even myself, I was a cadre. As I told you earlier, we do not have enough to eat. Judge Tumoni, based on your statement in the case file, said that those who were sent there were forced to the forced labor and many hours of work, but they received not enough food. What can you say about this? Was it a torture or was there a punishment against those people? The accused, there were several aspects, but one of the main aspects, it is the truth happened everywhere in Cambodia at that time. It was the CPK like to give food, a little food to the people only during the hard-working season, and then they provide a better food. And there was a slogan, so they allocated to a certain degree of rice. But the truth across the country, it's like that. So I would like to tell you briefly like that. Judge Tumani, at Presaw, it was where the people in the element unit had to do the rice productions. What was the yielding, and where did they send the yielding to? To accuse Your Honor, in the first year and the second year, I don't know well about that. So for the first year and I do not know well about the first year and the second year. They have enough to eat, and the third year we have some surplus of rice. I forget how the quantity, and I send the surplus of rice to the standing committee through Uncle Nguyen. Judge Tumani. So it means that Presaw was a unit to produce rice to support S21, and in some year there was a surplus of rice. Why don't you use the rice to provide enough food for the unit? The accused, Your Honor. So it was a common crime to deprive people from food. It was a crime of the CPK and my crimes against those victims. I do not dare change any political party, so we have to follow the allocation of food ration for the unit. So if there is any surplus in rice, we had to give or provide to the party. That's all I can say. Judge Tumani, as far as you know, can you tell us, was Presaw in the same manner as other re-education centers across the country? The accused, Your Honor, my conclusion is that it was the same as other. Judge Tumani, thank you. Now come to the staff member of S21 who were arrested and sent to S21. Were they experience torture to extract the confession in the same manner as other prisoners? The accused, Your Honor. anyone who were decided by the standing committee to arrest will be sending and interrogated with torture. However, the importance or the people who don't know much, they don't keep for a long time, and they were taken to Cheng Ek. So it is the decision is in the hands of the upper echelon to keep for a long time or a short time. It depends on the necessity of the person who were accused of being the traitor. So anyone who were arrested must end up with detained, torture, and extracted for the confession. And in relation to extract information on the traitorous network, question, the case of arrest of Nun Hoi called Hui Srai, was the arrest made at Preso or at S21? The accused, Your Honor, I had someone to go and call Comrade Hui to work at Baku. I would like to mention where Baku was. It was on the road to the glass factory. There was London's house. It belonged to the Section 3, and later it was part of S21. I had someone to call Comrade Hui to work there, and then Comrade Hui saw Comrade Ho and me and Paul. He was in a simple character, so I made the arrest at Baku. Judge Tumani, the question is that you said that Nun Hoi was arrested at Baku. Was Baku part of Preso? The accused, Your Honor, Baku, at the beginning, it belonged to Division 703, but later when the military men went to the battlefield, I requested to include Baku to be part of S21, and we just received that place from that division, and we made the arrest of Nun Hoi at the place. Question, at Baku, was there any unit who control the people like Preso?
The accused, Your Honor. At Baku, we got it back from 703, and the Preso team supervised Baku, not us from Phnom Penh. Judge Tumani, thank you, Mr. President. I no longer have a question for the accused. Judge Cartwright, do you have questions for the accused? Judge Cartwright, you take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Gang Gek Yu, some of my questions will be to clarify answers to earlier questions, because the translation has not allowed me to understand clearly your answers. First of all, can you tell me when Presa was first established as part of S21? Did that occur when S21 was established in 1975?
The accused, Your Honor, Preso was established after the 17th April 1975, just a little bit after that. It was when the Communist Party of Cambodia assigned 703 Division, which had a police office who had a connection with the Standing Committee. So the unit was already in existence, and when S21 was established, NAT came to supervise the unit in the name of the chairman, and the supervision extended through Preso as well. I would like to also confirm that the word S24 used by NAT, from my analysis, S21, he only focused on the small area in Phnom Penh. As for S22, it means the fruit farmed location somewhere in Tak Mau area, and S23 was possibly meant the prison in Tak Mau in the psychiatrist hospital, and S24 meant for Preso. This is for Your Honor to know that Preso was established during the NAT era. It means before I entered Phnom Penh. And when I got assignment at S21 as a deputy chairman, the committee had 4 members: Nat, the biggest, I, the deputy, Ho in charge of Phnom Penh, and Hoi in charge of the rice fields. So, S21 established since the establishment of the police office of the Division 703, directly led by Son Sen.
And to your knowledge, did Preso always operate as a tempering and re-education site? That is, from the 17th of April 1970.
The accused, Your Honor, based on the analysis, let me use your word, based on my understanding, Preso became the re-education office after, a little bit after the 17th April 75 until the 7th of January 79.
Now, during the questioning by the President, there were some figures mentioned that were a little confusing for me, and I want you to clarify them, please. First, are you able to say how many in total people were detained at S24 from the time you became deputy chairman until the 6th of January 1979?
The accused, Your Honor, the figure, I did not think of the figure at the time, but the President said the actual figure was 571 people. These 571 people, based on Mr. President's statement, was extracted from the agreed document. The total 571, including both the elements who were arrested from Preso and the S21 staff who worked in Preso. So these two figures, these two groups combined together made a total of 571 people.
Well, just so I can get this clear, could we see document E68.41 on the screen? Now, I think we're still at the stage where it's necessary to call on the services of the co-prosecutors. Is that still the position? In which case, could the AV unit switch to the Office of Co-Prosecutors, and its document E68.41, Khmer English ERN 00333 677 to 0033 3700. Thank you. Now, the title to that document is S21 prisoners arrested from S24 or Pré-Sor. And if you go to the very end, the last page of that document, and if we can perhaps look at the number on the far left column, you will see that there are 590 people on that list. Do you accept that this is the number of prisoners, S21 prisoners, arrested from S24?
The accused, Your Honor, yes, I accept it.
So, in fact, these are just a few of the prisoners held at Pré-Sor, are they not? These are only the prisoners who were arrested and taken to S21. Is that correct?
The accused, Your Honor, I am not sure whether the figure includes the combatants of S24 or not. I am not sure at all whether they were purely the elements totaling up to 590, or does it include my combatants working at Pré-Sor? I am not sure on this point.
Well, there are further documents in that list that we can look at. 68.42, which is 00333701 to 00333703. Can we put that list up on the screen?
Mr. Co-Prosecutor? Thank you, Your Honour. Yes, we can do it. It's It's a labour-intensive exercise. We need to pull out a plug and put it back in. We've been advised that we resolve next week, but it'll take a couple of minutes. So I was wondering whether we'll do that if you want to continue questioning.
Right. Thank you. Well, perhaps I can do it like this for the moment. That document is headed S21 prisoners, who are former S24 staff, and although you can't see it yet on the screen, there was a total of 47 in that list. Then E68.43, which is 00333704 to 00333718. The title of that document is S21 prisoners, previously prisoners at S24, and the total in that group is 342. And the third list, E68.44, ERN 00333719 to 00333728, has the title S21 prisoners from S24, but not clearly identified as former S24 prisoners. And the total in that list is 201. Now, the three lists to which I have just referred, with totals of 47, 342 and 201, amount to the total of 590, which is the list that we have just looked at. If you accept for the moment, without having the chance to look in detail at those three lists, that they are lists of former S24 staff, previous prisoners as S24, and others who cannot clearly be identified as former S24 prisoners, but who come from S24, are you able to say that the 590 in total is simply the list of those who were sent to S21 from S24?
The accused, Your Honor, I accept the figure of 590 as a total number of the S21 staff working at Presor, as well as the elements who were the subjects of being monitored. Yes, I accept the figure.
Thank you. Are you suggesting that this 590 represents the total number of people who were detained at S24, including staff who were sent to S21? In other words, there were somewhat fewer than 590 people detained in total at S24.
The accused, Your Honor, the number of 590 was a total addition of the people whom we arrested from S24. It was a sum of additions of my staff, of S21 staff working at Preso, as well as the elements who were under the supervision and subjects to being monitored. So I use the word rather than the word element. So to me, the figure of 590 is a sum of these two components. I am concerned that I might not understand your question precisely. If so, you can ask me again.
Yes, I realize there is a difficulty in understanding each other. So the next question I have is, did some of the people at S24 get sent direct to Chung Ek without going first to S21?
Au préalable à S21.
The accused, Your Honor, the elements, that meant those who were subjects to being monitored might at some times be sent directly from Preso to Chiang Ai.
Are you able to estimate how many that would be, those who were sent direct to Chung Ek?
The accused, Your Honor, I cannot estimate because the figure you just gave to me, I suspect that those people who were sent directly to Chiang Ai was the group of those 47 people. This is just my suspicion.
Now, can I ask you about the children at Chung Ek? The President, for example, referred you to a list of 8 pregnant women who were due to deliver their babies. Were they permitted to keep their babies once they had been born?
The accused, Your Honor, in the case when the mother was not arrested and the mother remained the person in the element unit, the baby was considered as normal. When the decision was to arrest the mother, and the baby or the children would follow the mother. So let me mention it again. So if the mother remain as the person there and not arrested to Phnom Penh, they allow her to continue to live under surveillance, and the baby live and stay with the mother. If the mother was arrested, the baby or the children would be killed. So if there was no arrest, the baby would live with her mother.
So some children would go with their mothers to S21 and be killed, and others might have gone to Chung Ek direct with their mothers and be killed there. Is that correct?
The accused, Your Honor, if the mother were transferred directly from Preso to Cheng Ek, the baby would be transferred directly together with the mother to Cheng Ek.
You said at one stage that there was no release from S24 except for the 30 people who were the military and required to stay. Did I understand that correctly?
The accused, Your Honor, it is correct.
So we don't know how many people in total went direct to Chung Ek. We have a list of 590 people who were sent to S21. We don't know how many children were included in either group. What happened to all the rest of the people at S24 who were there for tempering or re-education, particularly on the 6th or 7th of January 1979?
The accused, Your Honor, those who were in the elements unit on the 7th January 1979, they fled together with me. I fled from Phnom Penh at 2 p.m. and we ran to one place and we break a while at Sansam Kosal Pagoda, and we met other people from S24 to the south of the glass factory, and we continue our trip at night. So those people from the 11 units went with me, all of them, and when we reached road number 4, and some people went another direction, and I went to the direction to Lang, and half of the all people were fled separately to two different destinations.
Give an estimate of how many people fled with you from S24.
The accused, Your Honor, all of them fled, but there might be one or two people, but in general, all of them fled, even though some people in the unit, my unit in Phnom Penh, there were 9 people that the photo of them were known to the world.
You see, can't get a clear picture of how many people there were at S24 who were detained there. And I'm trying to add up the numbers in some way that makes sense to me. Are you able to help me?
Est-ce que vous êtes en mesure de m'aider à comprendre ce qu'il en est?
The accused, Your Honor, based on the surviving document that I received recently, it is the statistics dated March 1977. In that time, the general staff of the revolutionary military prepared. S-24, there were combatant and cadre 2,327, excluded the people in the elements unit, and the elements in total there was 1,300 people in the elements unit. So in total, in March 1977, there were 1,300 people.
Just before we break for lunch, I just want to ask one more question. The word element is a word that the Communist Party of Cambodia used for this group of people. Would it be fair to say that they were detainees?
The accused, Your Honor, your conclusions can be correct, but I would like to explain the definition of the elements as used in the CPK. The terms elements simply, if in French, it's called composé in French. For example, in our body, it was not clear whether he or she a friend or enemy. So they suspect that person being a friend or enemy. So they consider them and detain one place, subject them to the forced labor like animal, so that they cannot oppose or fight against the party. That's all.
Thank you. This may be a good time to take the lunch recess.
The President, now it is time for the trial chamber and the hearing to postpone for lunch break, and we will be back in session from 1:30 to continue our proceeding. The security officer, please bring the accused to the waiting room and bring him back before 1:30 this afternoon for the hearing. Reported to him, but Uncle Nguyen requested to see Comrade Hui, including myself, Ho, and him. So when the upper echelon understand more better about Comrade Hui, and then the decision would come. But I would like to tell you that the story that I remember, and the main ground is that he allowed or allow his radio operator to flee. The president, when some people or the staff were removed, including those who were in the re-education center at Bresau and those who were in the elements unit under the supervision at Bresau and later sent to be executed at Chiang Ek. So my question is that how many times of that kind of arrest and execution, and the list of people who were taken from Bresau to Chiang Ek, how did the list prepared for that purpose? The accused, in real practice, I do not know well about that, about the list and how many times of operation. That's I can tell you, but I can understand in principle. So any arrest against the combatant, there must be approval from me. This is the right of the combatant. And for any arrest of the people in the elements unit, especially in the third group, I did not feel interested in that arrest. I assigned the subordinate to do that. And I don't know well about how many times an operation against those people in the group. The president, so we can say that the taking away of people from Bresau to Chiang Ek, would there be any case that there were no list, those victims were not on the common list of the people who were sent and killed? The accused, I dare not confirm for sure, but I can say that it might be in. They were also in the common list of the people. The president, for those who were sent for re-education at Bresau that you call the elements in the element units, were any of them were released? What were the criteria for their release, and who made the decision for that release? The accused. There were no release, as I told you earlier. S24 was not the same as M13B. At M13B, sometimes people detain 1 week or 2 and later release. So S24, none of the victims were released in other than the 30 people that I told you, and most or people in the elements unit were sent to Chiang Ek or S21. The President, thank you. Now it is time for us to take a morning break. The Chamber would like to take a 20 minutes break, and we will come back after that to continue our proceeding.
Please be seated.
Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez vous asseoir.
The President, the chamber is now back in session. The last question I put to you, and you responded clearly that the people at the re-education office in Prisor, none of them was ever released, except about 30 people who were required militarily to stay. So besides, there was no release at all, and it was different from the M13. However, there was an indication to show two issues. One is the functioning of Prisor, which was to re-educate the male and female combatants who made offenses and who were yet to be smashed and who were called the elements. And another indication that you show was that people at Prisor were divided into three categories. One is the light group, the second was the medium, and the third group was the serious offense group. And you stated that there was very little number of people who moved from the second to the first group. And the move was from the one to the second and from the second to the third group. Can you explain further the intention of the re-education without ever releasing them? What was the purpose? And the level of supervision from the light to the serious and finally to be killed, because if it is a re-education, probably at an appropriate time there might be a committee to make assessment of those, whether of what levels those people had been re-educated, that they could be returned back to their respective units. Was that the essence of it? But in this case they were never released, and they were categorized differently into various groups. Can you explain to us regarding the three categories of the people and what did it mean by re-education and that they were never released? And finally, for the third group, who fate was to be smashed. The accused, Mr. President, the term re-education was officially used during that regime, and the word element was also used officially, and the division of the elements into three categories had to be done. Even within the military units, members had to be divided into various categories. For example, the strong teams, the medium team, or the weaker team. And in actual practice, there was never a movement from the serious to the lighter group. It's only one way. Secondly, the principle and the party line never ever show that we have to rescue them. For example, if they have been in re-education for 3 years and now they can be released, there was no such stipulation in the party line. And that was the reality. Even the 30 people whom the party instructed us to re-educate them for 1 month, and then they were integrated into the tank unit. Later on, Sun Sen said they did not learn, they did not re-educate. And sometimes, once in a while, a unit would send 1 or 2 of their members to us. So, in practice, the re-education aims towards the final stage, which was to smash. And the word re-education was just like a display, but finally, one at a time, they would be smashed. The President, can I make an assumption that the term re-education was a political term because the main objective was sooner or later that those people would be smashed, those who were at prison. There was no other way around, no alternative. The only thing is that there might be a delay in their smashing than those who were directly sent to S-21. Is this correct? The accused, Mr. President, that was the direction of development. Everybody could see that clearly. But there was no stipulation in the party's document. But the direction of the revolution was to smash them 1 by 1, progressively. The President, you said the operation to arrest people at the re-education center in Preso or S-24 usually was conducted during the daytime. For example, the arrest of Ho Israel, who was a member of the S-21 committee in charge of the Preso affairs. However, there are some evidence which can be believed that a number of people disappeared during the night time and they never returned. And frequently people were missing or disappeared from their respective units during the night time. When they were called, they were never returned. That is the reason for the people who lived there felt scared and shocked. Do you agree to that? The accused, Mr. President, it is possible that it happened because I did not directly involved deeply into this affair. However, I still believe that if the arrest was to be made, it would be better to do it during the daytime. It is still my belief. Because the arrest, which was asked for the assistance for the S-21 staff, were done during the daytime. Comrade Pong and Koi Thun were sent during the daytime as well. And I assigned the staff there for the arrest. In Phnom Penh as well, it was done during the daytime. So usually for the arrest of the people within the unit, It was done during the daytime. They were called for work assignment and they were arrested. For example, Comrade Pong, at around 3 p.m. when Noon Chia gave me a confession to use it as a pretext, and when he arrived, we arrested him at 3 p.m. So through the experience and practice, the arrest was done during the daytime. And of course, I do not deny that the arrest was ever made at night. The President, dear judges of the bench, do you have any questions to be put to the accused? Judge Tumani, you take the floor. Judge Tumani, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Kang Kech Yêu, can you confirm at Preso, how was the organization of the working units at Preso, and how many units were there at Preso? The accused, Mr. Your Honor, talking about the number of units, I would not be able to provide the details. Even in Phnom Penh at S21, I did not think of the actual numbers of staff. And now I'm trying to understand the numbers of staff working at S21 and at Preso, which the total of the staff amounted to more than 2,300. So the S21 staff working at Preso amounted or were more than the staff working in Phnom Penh. However, the different categories of the working units and organizations or supervision, I would not be able to provide such a precise answer to that. Judge Tumane, during the time of your supervision at S21 as well as at Preso, did you personally go to Preso? The accused, Your Honor, I went to Preso 4 times, according to my recollection. First, I went there after I became the chairman in order to familiarize myself with the location and the buildings. That was the first time. The second time, I went to open a study session for the staff there. And next, I went to speak to the elements of the soldiers from the East Zone before they were integrated into the tank unit. At that time, I went there with Comrade Ho, the 3 of us. And finally, I went there to visit Comrade Hui, but he was not there. He went to plant the potato. So I made 4 visits to the area. Judge Tumani, thank you. During the time you went to Preso, what did you observe regarding the working and living conditions of the elements and the staff there? The accused, Your Honor, when I went there, I did not go and inspect the unit or to inspect the situation. I went straight into that house And on the date that I went for to open the training, I went to the school, and after I left, I went straight to Comrade Hui's house. Stayed there, had my lunch, and worked in the afternoon. So for the 4 times I went there, I did not observe the situation. At one time, when I went to the rice field, I saw Comrade Hui planting potato. He was planting potato with the elements. There were a few of them with him at the time. I think there were less than 10 elements. That was my observation. So for the 3 visits, I stayed at Comrade Hui's house, and for the other visit, I saw Comrade Hui planting potato with some members of the elements. Judge Tumane. In Praisaw, the elements were arrested and sent there, and for the purpose of re-education through tampering. Can you explain to us the term re-education and tampering? The accused, Your Honor, the word re-education I have already reported to the President that it was a general slogan raised throughout the country. That was to re-educate, to build oneself as new. But in real practice, the process would finally lead to the arrest one by one progressively. That is the meaning of re-education. As for tampering, tampering involves 2 means: 1 by labor, and 2 by respecting the disciplines, by respecting the chief or the groups or the teams. So these are the 2 directions of tampering: 1 by laboring, working hard, and the second one was to respect the disciplines. So these are the 2 points of tampering. Judge Tumani, thank you. You answered before the co-investigating judges that those people who were arrested and sent to Praisaw means they committed offense in their unit in Phnom Penh. Can you confirm those people who were arrested and sent to Praisaw, what type of offense did they commit in their unit?
Quel type d'infraction ces personnes avaient-elles commis dans leurs unités?
The accused, Your Honor,
Monsieur le juge,
what I said to the co-investigating judges at the time was basically correct, but I did not think in details at the time. Let me recap the essence. Who made the decision? That is to send people from various units to the re-education center in Praisaw? From what we can see now, also with the support of the surviving documents, I can say the people who made the decision were those head of the units who made the request to the upper echelon, that is to the standing committee, to make decision. So, if that is the case, then the offense was not ordinary one. At the time that I spoke before the co-investigating judges, I did not think in details on this point. In conclusion, as I already told the President, the people who were within the unit of elements, they were already regarded as half enemy. And it was the decision of the upper echelon to send them to Preso. Whatever unit it was, it has to be decided by the upper echelon. And when they were there, then the S21 would have the authority over them either to send them to Chiang Mai or to send them to Phnom Penh. So S21 could only do that after they were brought to S24. Judge Tumani, can you verify which units sent their staff to Preso? Was it both military and civilian units? The accused, Your Honor, initially, when it was vague when I reported to the co-investigating judges. Now, based on the documents, it is clear. Not only those from the 9 divisions of the military units, some members from the civilian units were also sent there, including one person from the energy, one from the fire truck unit. And one also from the water work, and another one from the marine transport. So, for the general conclusion, for all the units in Phnom Penh, there might be a possibility that staff members of those units might have been sent to Preso for re-education. Judge Tumani, thank you. How was the sending of the people who had to be arrested and sent to Preso done? Did the respective units send them directly, or the staff of S21 went to make the arrest and send them? The accused, Your Honor, first, it was the issue of who made the decision. Within the military framework, there was only one person. That was my superior, Son Sen. The organizational line designated him for that authority. For other units, for example, the energy unit or the fire truck unit, the decision has to be made by the top echelon before those people could be sent to Preso. So once the decisions were made, we would wait to receive those people with the order from Son Sen. Without the order, nobody would dare to do anything, including Comrade Hoi. They had no authority to receive them, even Comrade Ho. Only after they received my order that on this day there would be these people who would be sent to Preso, then they would wait to receive. And they did not involve in the arrest of those people from their respective units. When they were brought in, they were not handcuffed. Judge Tumane, the sending of the prisoners, except from those who were sent from S21 to Preso, Were those people arrested from their respective units directly to Preso, or they had to go through S21 in Phnom Penh? The accused, Your Honor, it had to go through the location marked with letter R on the map. And if you talk about the authority to receive them, we only can do that after I receive instruction from my superior. Then the special unit organized by Comrade Hui would be able to receive them. So it was not direct. It had to go through me first after I received instruction from my upper echelon. There was no direct sending to Preso. Judge Tumane. So the arrest of those people was registered in the list, and they were photographs as those who were sent to S21. The accused, Your Honor, they were registered in a separate list, I believe, and their photographs were not taken at the same place as those who were detained at S21. Their photographs were taken separately. From what I can remember, it was Comrade Son who was the photographer, and it was not a Comrade Singh at all. Judge Tomane, thank you. As you have confirmed, at Preso, there was no interrogation for confession of those who were the elements. The question is, were there any people detained and tortured? I mean those who were there. The accused, Your Honor, there was a small location for detention. Yes, I was aware of it, as I was told by Comrade Hui, and I authorized him to do so. However, regarding torture, I was not aware of it, but I believed they did it without my knowledge. But there was no official confessions which were sent to me for my annotation in order to send to the upper echelon at all. Judge Tumane, what about the monitoring and supervising the prisoners? How was it done? I meant for both during the working hours and during the resting period. The accused, Your Honor, for both the working hours and the resting period, there were S21 staff working at Preso. They monitored them. They worked alongside with them, so they knew the situation and they would report through their chain of command from their team to the group, then to their platoon, up to the company, and finally end up at Hui's place. So there was no daily report to S21 every day. They only reported usually on a weekly regime on those who were sick or who could not work and the incidents that happened. But usually I assigned Comrade Ho to take charge in the matter. So that was the chain of commands, and the report was delivered on a weekly basis. Judge Mane, as you stated earlier, those people who were sent to Presaw were divided into 3 categories: light, medium, and serious. What about the work allocation? Was the work allocation also based on the groups they belong? It means light work and heavy work. And what about the working hours? Were they the same?
The accused, based on my assumption, the labor and the food ration were not different, but the only different, it was about the rights and freedom, the right to live. In the third group, it was very small. When they commit any small mistake, they were vulnerable to danger, and they were very vigilant against them. And so it's only the rights and freedom that is different. That's all. Judge Tumani, the working hours for those who were in Presaw, what were the working hours? You said that at least they had to work 8 hours a day. So 8 hours or 10 hours, it is there was a shift, or what was the working hour allocated? The accused, Your Honor, as far as I remember, and based on my assumption, there was 2 shifts from 4 hours in the morning and another 4 hours in the afternoon. So when there's a lot of work to do, they need to wake up in early morning from 4 a.m. in the morning. And when there was a lot of work to do, they had to work at night when there's a moonlight at night. That's all I can tell. Judge Tumani, for those who was arrested and sent to Presaw, they need to be re-educated. And during the time they spent at Presaw, were there any meeting or education for them? The accused, those who were re-educated, if talking about those who were in the elements unit, it was under Comrade Hui. And for me, when I called someone from Presaw to Phnom Penh, it was under my supervision, only for the military combatant. But people who were in the elements, it was under Comrade Hui. Question, did you know what were the contents of that education or re-education? The accused, Your Honor, in that education, so it based on the education the superior learned from the standing committee, and then they took that lesson to their subordinates. So 3 of us went to the standing committee, and when we returned, I conduct education to the staff in Phnom Penh. All staff member from Presaw from Phnom Penh was organized for me to conduct education. And at Presaw, it was Comrade Hui who did the education. So we learn the party lines the same. So we use those party lines for education to our subordinates. Thank you. Chair Tumani, can you tell us those who experienced the education or tampering, was there any measure against the one who violated the rules or the instruction of the chairpersons? For example, failure to complete the work as planned, and anyone who failed to follow the discipline. What was the result of that failure? The accused, Your Honor, the disciplinary actions they suffered that I knew at that time. There was one place they used to detain the victim for a period of time before sending to Phnom Penh or to release. But the statement that people were scolded or beaten and they used a bad word or derogation against them, yes, I agree. And in some case, I authorized them to do. It was the detention in one place in a house, and during the detention, I believe there was torture against the victim. Yes, I believe that. Chair Tumani, so for those who fail to follow the instruction of the chairman may result in reprimand or the scolding. Was there any case about the deprivation of food as the disciplinary actions?
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, sir. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this press briefing. We have with us the International Co-Prosecutor, Mr. Robert Petit. He will give a statement which will be translated into Khmer and French. And after his statement, we will take a limited number of questions from the media. And after that, there will be a few announcements also from the Public Affairs regarding other court matters.
សូមជម្រាបសួរអស់លោកស្រីទាំងអស់គ្នាជាអ្នកសារព័ត៌មានជាតិនិងអន្តរជាតិគឺថាថ្ងៃនេះគឺយើងមានលោកប្រវត្តិទីគាត់ចូលមកដើម្បីបញ្យល់ប្រាប់អស់លោកពីរឿងរ៉ាវទាក់ទងនឹងខ្លួនគាត់ដែលគាត់បានដាក់ពីសូមឈប់ហើយបន្តមកទៀតគឺថាគាត់នឹងទទួលនៅសំណួរមួយចំនួនពីអស់លោករួចហើយគឺថាខាងផ្នែកកិច្ចការសាធារណៈនឹងធ្វើសេចក្តីបរិបទ
Thank you. I wanted to address you today because I anticipated, given past events, that yesterday's press release would not be enough to fully cover the topic, even though I believe it's a rather inconsequential topic in terms of the court process as a whole.
ថ្ងៃនេះខ្ញុំចង់ជម្រាបជូននិយាយទៅកាន់អ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាដោយសារខ្ញុំជឿជាក់ថាការពិសោធន៍នឹងការចេញនៃសម្រាប់ការចេញសេចក្តីប្រកាសព័ត៌មានរបស់ខ្ញុំនឹងក៏អាចជាមិនគ្រប់គ្រាន់ដើម្បីគ្រាន់ដំណោះទៅលើប្រធានបទនេះទេទោះបីខ្ញុំគិតថានេះគឺជាបញ្ហាមួយដែលមានលក្ខណៈសំខាន់សម្រាប់ដំណើរការរបស់เรา
Je souhaitais prendre la parole aujourd'hui parce que j'ai pensé au vu de la façon dont les choses se sont déroulées par le passé que les informations que j'ai communiquées à la presse hier seraient insuffisantes pour traiter de cette question, même si je pense que cette question aura peu d'impact en ce qui concerne les chambres extraordinaires en elle-même.
So I will try to cover what I think is relevant to this issue.
ជាខ្ញុំព្យាយាមក្នុងការបកស្រាយទៅនឹងអ្វីដែលខ្ញុំជឿជាក់ថាពាក់ព័ន្ធទៅនឹងបញ្ហានេះ
Je vais donc essayer d'aborder l'aspect pertinent de cette question.
So that the attention can be properly returned to the substantive matters of this court.
ដូច្នេះគឺអាចធ្វើឲ្យមានការចាប់អារម្មណ៍ងាកទៅរកដំណើរការតុលាការរបស់យើងវិញបាន
Et ceci pour que nous puissions nous en tenir aux questions de fond qui concernent les chambres extraordinaires.
Firstly, as to the reasons of my leaving.
ដំបូងបំផុតគឺខ្ញុំសូមលើកឡើងពីមូលហេតុនៃការចាក់ចេញរបស់ខ្ញុំ
D'abord, en ce qui concerne les raisons de l'État,
they are entirely related to personal family matters.
ថាមូលហេតុទាំងនោះគឺតកតងផ្ទាល់ទៅនឹងបញ្ហាគ្រួសាររបស់ខ្ញុំបញ្ហាផ្ទាល់ខ្លួនរបស់ខ្ញុំតែម្ដង
elles concernent uniquement des raisons familiales personnelles.
Totally unrelated to my professional responsibilities at the court.
ហើយមានន័យថាគឺពិតជាមិនតកតងទៅនឹងការទទួលខុសត្រូវខាងវិជ្ជាជីវៈឬការងាររបស់ខ្ញុំនៅតុលាការទេ
Qui n'ont rien à voir avec une responsabilité professionnelle ici au champ extraordinaire.
And therefore, a fully private matter.
ដូច្នេះហើយនេះគឺជាបញ្ហាផ្ទាល់ខ្លួនគឺជាបញ្ហាផ្ទាល់ខ្លួនតែម្ដង
Il s'agit d'une question qui concerne ma vie privée et c'est donc quelque chose de privé.
I deeply believe in the right to privacy, my own and that of my family, and I would hope that it will be respected.
ខ្ញុំជឿជាក់យ៉ាងជ្រាលជ្រៅថាយើងមានសិទ្ធិក្នុងការរក្សាទុកខ្លួនផ្ទាល់ខ្លួនហើយយើងតកតងនឹងគ្រួសាររបស់ខ្ញុំហើយខ្ញុំសង្ឃឹមថាសិទ្ធិនេះនឹងត្រូវបានគេរក្សាបណ្ដា
Je crois fermement au respect de la vie privée et j'espère que la vie privée, ma vie privée et celle des miens sera respectée.
In the real world, people have various priorities that sometimes conflict. And they have to resolve those conflicts according to whatever principles they hold.
នៅក្នុងពិភពលោកយើងនេះគឺថាយើងមានកិច្ចការប្រជុំកិច្ចការអធិភាពជាច្រើនដែលកិច្ចការទាំងនោះអាចមានការប្រឆាំងគ្នាអញ្ចឹងយើងមានទីឲ្យមានការដោះស្រាយទៅតាមនៅមធ្យោបាយវិធីសាស្ត្រដែលយើងមានតខ្លួន
Dans le monde de nos jours, les gens ont des priorités différentes qui parfois entrent en conflit et doivent être résolues en tenant compte des principes auxquels on croit.
It's been my experience that the more important the issue, the more fundamental the principle, and the tougher the decision.
ការបកស្រាយរបស់ខ្ញុំនេះគឺថាប្រសិនមកបញ្ហានោះវាសំខាន់ជាងយើងទាមទារឲ្យមានមធ្យោបាយដោះស្រាយនោះឲ្យវាសំខាន់ទៅតាមនោះដែរហើយអញ្ចឹងបានន័យថាការធ្វើសេចក្តីសម្រេចនោះក៏វាពិបាកតាមនោះដែរ
Dans mon expérience, plus la question est importante, Plus le principe est fondamental et plus la décision est difficile.
This is certainly one of those cases.
Et c'est certainement le cas en l'espèce.
It has been one of the most difficult decisions of my career, but I believe it's the right one.
Cette décision a été une des décisions les plus difficiles que j'ai eu à prendre au cours de ma carrière, mais je pense que c'est la bonne.
It is also a decision which has been reached after months of reflection and discussions with the United Nations, which is in the process of finding a replacement. I'm confident that they will do so soon, and any questions regarding this process should be properly addressed to the Deputy Director of Administration.
C'est une décision qui a été prise après mûre réflexion, après des mois de réflexion et de discussion avec les Nations Unies, qui sont à l'heure actuelle à la recherche d'un remplaçant. Je suis confiant qu'ils seront en mesure de le faire et toutes les questions concernant cette procédure devraient être adressées au directeur adjoint de l'administration.
However, I realize that this might not satisfy some, and for that I apologize. But I don't believe it's proper to bear out one's personal life with the media, and I don't intend to do so.
ប៉ុន្តែខ្ញុំជឿជាក់ថានេះមិនអាចធ្វើឲ្យពេញចិត្តសម្រាប់អ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាបានទេឬក៏អ្នកខ្លះមួយចំនួននោះទេហើយដូច្នេះហើយខ្ញុំសូមអភ័យទោសប៉ុន្តែខ្ញុំជឿជាក់ថាវាមិនល្អប្រសើរទេដែលថាយើងផ្សព្វផ្សាយព័ត៌មានផ្ទាល់ខ្លួនរបស់យើងតាមរយៈខ្សែសារព័ត៌មានហើយខ្ញុំមិនមានបំណងក្នុងការធ្វើដូច្នេះផងដែរ
Cependant, je suis conscient du fait que certains ne seront pas satisfaits de ma réponse et pour cela je m'en excuse. Mais j'estime que ce n'est pas dans les médias que l'on doit parler de cette privée.
I also realize, however, that some people, for whatever purposes, will still try to construe some extraneous aspects to this decision.
ប៉ុន្តែខ្ញុំក៏ជឿជាក់ផងដែរថាមានមនុស្សមួយចំនួននឹងព្យាយាមមិនថាសម្រាប់គោលបំណងអ្វីនោះទេនឹងព្យាយាមបកស្រាយពីបញ្ហានេះផ្សេងពីនេះ
Je suis aussi conscient que certaines personnes, pour des raisons que seules elles connaissent, essaieront de trouver d'autres raisons pour justifier cette décision.
There's very little that one can do against such reasoning. And those conspiracies might indeed seem like an attractive angle to a story, but it just would not be the truth.
ហើយការបន្តពីប្រព័ន្ធក្នុងការរាំងស្ទះឬក៏ហាមឃាត់អ្នកទាំងនោះក្នុងការព្យាយាមបកស្រាយផ្សេងៗហើយខ្ញុំជឿជាក់ថាការបកស្រាយផ្សេងៗនេះក៏ប្រហែលជាវាមានការចាប់អារម្មណ៍ច្រើនជាងអ្វីដែលខ្ញុំកំពុងបកស្រាយនេះផងប៉ុន្តែគឺជាការបកស្រាយទាំងនោះគឺជាការបន្តទេ
Il y a très peu de choses que l'on puisse faire contre un tel raisonnement. Et ce type de manœuvre permet à certaines personnes d'enrober les faits tels qu'ils sont pour les rendre plus attrayants. Mais je voudrais simplement dire que ce n'est pas la vérité.
I can only repeat the last time that my decision has nothing whatsoever to do with this court, with my current responsibilities here, or indeed Cambodia, but has everything to do with issues from Canada.
ខ្ញុំសូមបញ្ជាក់ម្ដងទៀតហើយក៏ជាលើកចុងក្រោយផងដែរថាការសម្រេចចិត្តរបស់ខ្ញុំនេះគឺមិនពាក់ព័ន្ធអ្វីទាំងអស់ទៅនឹងការងារដំណើរការនេះទៅនឹងការទំនួលខុសត្រូវផ្នែកជីវៈរបស់ខ្ញុំរាល់ថ្ងៃឬក៏ជាមួយនឹងប្រទេសកម្ពុជាប៉ុន្តែពេលទៅវិញអ្វីៗទាំងអស់គឺទាក់ទងទៅនឹងព្រឹត្តិការណ៍ដែលបានកើតឡើងក្នុងប្រទេសកាណាដា
Je ne peux que me répéter pour une dernière fois et dire que ma décision n'a rien à voir avec les chambres extraordinaires, avec mon travail ou même avec le Cambodge. Mais cela est entièrement lié à des événements qui ont lieu au Canada.
The second aspect of this decision is whatever impact my replacement would have to work on the work of the court.
ងារបញ្ហាទី2វិញគឺខ្ញុំនឹងបកស្រាយទៅនឹងលទ្ធភាពដែលអាចថាមានប៉ះពាល់ឬអត់សម្រាប់ការជំនួសអំណាចរបស់ខ្ញុំទៅលើដំណើរការងាររបស់សាលាការនេះ
Le deuxième aspect que j'aimerais évoquer est l'impact et l'effet éventuel que mon remplacement pourrait avoir sur le travail des chambres extraordinaires.
However, as much as it pains my ego to admit it, I don't think it will have any.
ហើយទោះបីជាមានការជឿជាក់ប៉ុណ្ណាក៏ដោយក៏ខ្ញុំអាចនិយាយបានថាខ្ញុំមិនជឿជាក់ថាវានឹងកើតឡើងនោះទេសម្រាប់ការប៉ះពាល់នេះ
Et même si mon ego doit en souffrir, je dois vous avouer que je pense que cela n'aura pas de joie.
But I can understand how people not familiar with the process would think otherwise, so I'll try to explain.
តែប៉ុន្តែខ្ញុំបញ្យល់ផងដែរថាចំពោះបុគ្គលដែលមិនសូវយល់ពីដំណើរការរបស់យើងនៅទីនេះអាចគិតផ្ទុយពីនេះទៅវិញហើយខ្ញុំជឿថាការនេះនឹងបញ្យល់បន្ថែមថាវាអាចមានប៉ះពាល់ឬអត់
Je peux comprendre comment des personnes qui ne connaissent pas la procédure pourraient penser autrement. Donc, laissez-moi essayer de vous expliquer.
Take the case of Doi, for example.
Prenons l'exemple du dossier Doi.
This case was put together from inception, as with all our cases, by a team of people working together with one person from each side of the office nominally in charge.
ការករណីនេះគឺបានធ្វើឡើងរួមគ្នាតាំងពីដំបូងមកហើយក៏ដូចជាករណីទាំងអស់ដែលយើងមានផងដែរគឺថាយើងបានធ្វើរួមគ្នាដោយក្រុមបុគ្គលការងារមួយក្រុមគឺធ្វើរួមគ្នារវាងខាងអន្តរជាតិនិងខាងអន្តរជាតិគឺមានម្នាក់ជាអ្នកគ្រប់គ្រងមួយខាងនៃការអាយថាវិញ្ញាណរបស់យើង
Ce dossier a été préparé dès le départ, comme tous nos dossiers d'ailleurs, par une équipe de personnes qui travaillent ensemble, avec une personne de chaque côté du bureau qui a la responsabilité de suivre ce dossier.
Evidence was gathered and analyzed, legal and strategic decisions were made, and all of that happened from our side, in consultation with my deputy and myself, because that's how I run my office.
ថាយើងបានប្រមាណប្រមូលផុសតាងហើយយើងធ្វើការវិភាគទៅលើផុសតាងហ្នឹងហើយយើងបានធ្វើការធ្វើសេចក្តីសម្រេចទៅនឹងផ្លូវច្បាប់ឬទៅទៅនឹងវិធានការផ្សេងហើយនេះគឺជាការងារដែលសំខាន់ក្នុងផ្ទាល់ធ្វើការគឺយើងបានធ្វើការវិភាគសាជាមួយនឹងបរិយាញ្ញារបស់ខ្ញុំអញ្ចឹងគឺនេះគឺជាកិច្ចការអ្វីដែលខ្ញុំបានធ្វើនៅក្នុងការិយាល័យរបស់ខ្ញុំ
Les éléments de preuve ont été rassemblés et analysés. Ces décisions ont été prises du point de vue juridique et stratégique. Et tout cela a été fait en consultation avec mon adjoint. Car c'est ainsi que je gère mon bureau.
When it became clear that the senior attorney in the case would have to leave, my deputy started preparing himself and is now leading the case and will do so until further notice.
គឺថានៅពេលដែលយើងបានដឹងច្បាស់ហើយថាបរិយាញ្ញាជាប់ខ្ពស់របស់យើងគឺនឹងត្រូវចាក់ចេញនោះអញ្ចឹងបរិយាញ្ញារបស់ខ្ញុំគឺគាត់ចាប់ដើមរៀបចំខ្លួនគាត់ហើយគាត់ព្យាយាមដឹកនាំករណីនេះដោយខ្លួនឯងហើយគាត់នឹងបន្តធ្វើការងារនេះរហូតដល់មានការប្រកបផ្សេងថ្មីទៀត
Lorsqu'il est devenu clair que le premier substitut du procureur qui avait la responsabilité de ce dossier s'apprêtait à partir, mon adjoint a commencé à se préparer et a repris la direction de l'équipe du dossier. Et il le fera jusqu'à ce que nous puissions le remplacer.
Jusqu'à nouvel ordre. Now, did that change of personnel modify one iota of the evidence in the case file?
សំណួរគឺថាតើការផ្លាស់ប្ដូរបុគ្គលិករបៀបនេះហ្នឹងគឺអាចមានការប្រែប្រួលទៅលើផ្នែកណាមួយរបស់តាមដែរទេ
Est-ce que ce changement au niveau du personnel a-t-il modifié d'un iota les éléments de preuve contenus dans le dossier?
Did it have any influence on how well we're assisting the trial chamber?
ហើយតើសួរថាតើវាមានឥទ្ធិពលអ្វីដែរទេក្នុងការដែលយើងធ្វើសេចក្តីសម្រេចឬក៏ជួយទៅដល់អង្គជំនុំជម្រះសាលាដំបូងនោះ
Est-ce que cela aura un impact sur la façon dont nous avons décidé les décisions prises pour pouvoir aider la Chambre de première instance?
Of course not. The same reasoning applies to the second case. The office as a whole put together the case, has been monitoring the investigation, responding to developments, and when it comes to trial, we as an office, through whoever stands, will assist the chamber.
Và hai các vô ban ní có ai ta sầm ra cả này là đi phong đá cứ cả này đi đó cứ tha cả rồi coi dưới cứ ca chịu luôn hai ban việc trong cả này từ đây lý chỉ một nía hai ban chỉ dương mơ quan tôi ca sơ một cái hai ban sai có tên ca bị quát xí hai là về là từ cái đấy anh đặt ra ao chủ động chủ rác như là chi viên to tăng được trong tờ cả và chui đào hàng ao chủ động chủ rác.
Le même raisonnement s'applique au deuxième dossier. C'est toute l'équipe au sein de mon bureau qui a ensemble travaillé à préparer ce dossier, a suivi les enquêtes et a répondu à toutes les questions qui seront soulevées. Et lorsque le moment du procès viendra, c'est toute notre équipe, c'est tout notre bureau qui, par le biais d'un représentant, viendra en aide à la Chambre de première instance.
Based on my experience, this is simply the nature of how these cases must be prosecuted as a team effort, because in all aspects, they are much bigger than one person alone.
Cả lấy bài ní cứ đừng rơi chiếm tí ở dương đọc sai và nhà đi với nhà về trong qua địa trường cứ thà dương rơi cơ ca chụp trống thì tôi thà cơ ca chụp trống thì tôi sao chứ cơ ca tại quân nhà này.
Basé sur mon expérience, j'aimerais tout simplement vous dire que c'est la nature même de ce genre de dossier et c'est ainsi que ces poursuites doivent être faites. C'est un travail d'équipe et en fait c'est tous les aspects de ce travail d'équipe qui sont plus importants, plus conséquents qu'une personne seule.
Now, there's also been speculation that this decision might impact on the ongoing disagreement with my national colleague. However, again, those fears are unfounded.
Và khi anh nên ra kết công tác hai mươi trăm phát qua vào cả vài chủ lực kia rồi cái chúng tôi sẽ cả đời bọc nhung sản thì tôi bọc nhung còn tại cái số lượng chuyện làm lý vì là cả buổi bảo đảm như một trận thực tế.
D'autants ont laissé penser que cela pourrait avoir un impact sur les désaccords qui sont en cours avec mon collègue national. Néanmoins, je peux vous signaler que ces peurs sont infondées.
Back in December last year, I made a decision based on the evidence, the law, and my mandate. I placed that evidence, those arguments, as well as signed submissions, in a case file which I then forwarded to the pre-trial chamber.
Nhưng mà tôi sẽ sử dụng mũi là ai từ lời phóng tác họcច្បាប់ hay là ai từ lời chúng ta chắc làบอกคนเขียนก่อนแล้วnhưng màដាក់phóng tác từ lúc rùm đang nào xếជាមួយនឹងសារណាដែលមានចូលហត្ថលេខានៅក្នុងសំណុំរឿងដែលខ្ញុំបានបញ្ជូនទៅឲ្យអង្គជំនុំអង្គរេន
Ma décision remonte à décembre de l'année dernière et j'aimerais rappeler que pour prendre cette décision, j'ai pris en compte les éléments de preuve, le droit et le mandat. J'ai versé dans un dossier ces éléments de preuve, ces arguments, ainsi que les écritures. Je les ai placés dans un dossier que j'ai ensuite fait suivre à la chambre criminelle. J'ai versé dans un dossier les éléments de preuve, les arguments, ainsi que les écritures signées dans un dossier que j'ai fait suivre à la chambre criminelle. Les réquisitoires signés.
Now, my national colleague did the same, and that file has now been supplemented, as requested by the chamber, which has said that it has enough information in the file to render a decision.
សាស្ត្រស៊ីវិលជាតិរបស់យើងក៏បានធ្វើដូច្នេះផងដែរហើយឥឡូវនេះឯកសារក៏ដូចជាសំណុំរឿងហ្នឹងគឺបានដាក់ឯកសារបន្ថែមតាមតែសំណើស្នើពីអង្គបរិយាជំនុំជម្រះហើយការអង្គបរិយាជំនុំជម្រះបានប្រាប់ឲ្យយើងដឹងថា អង្គរជំនុំជម្រះវាព័ត៌មានគ្រប់គ្រាន់នៅក្នុងសំណុំរឿងដើម្បីអាចចេញជាសេរីសម្រេចបានហើយ
Ma collègue nationale a fait de même et à la demande de la Chambre, nous avons ajouté des informations supplémentaires, nous avons versé des informations supplémentaires au dossier. Et c'est ce dossier que nous avons fait suivre à la Chambre qui a maintenant déclaré qu'elle avait suffisamment d'informations contenues dans le dossier pour pouvoir prendre une décision.
When it does so, I or my successor, as the case may be, will then take whatever appropriate action from thereon.
បាទទៅពេលដែលការអង្គរជំនុំជម្រះចេញសេចក្តីសម្រេចគឺថាខ្ញុំឬក៏អ្នកស្នងពីខ្ញុំនោះซึ่งតែពេលនេះខ្ញុំចេញទៅបាននោះគឺនឹងធ្វើកម្មវិធីតាមតែការសម្រេចរបស់អង្គរជំនុំជម្រះ
Lorsque la Chambre aura rendu sa décision, c'est moi ou mon remplaçant si c'est le cas, qui prendront les mesures nécessaires par la suite.
My decision cannot have any impact on the case itself, the state of the disagreement, nor on its resolution.
ការសម្រេចរបស់ខ្ញុំគឺមិនមានការប៉ះពាល់ទៅលើរឿងក្តីនោះទេទៅលើស្ថានភាពនៃការផ្សាយគំនិតគ្នាឬក៏ទៅលើការសម្រេចនៃការផ្សាយគំនិតគ្នានោះឡើយ
Ma décision ne peut avoir d'effet sur le dossier en lui-même, sur l'état du désaccord, ni sur sa résolution.
It is entirely in the hands of the PTC. As far as I know, they're not going anywhere.
គឺថារឿងនោះគឺថានៅក្នុងសមត្ថកិច្ចរបស់អង្គរជំនុំជម្រះហើយតាមដែលខ្ញុំដឹងនោះគឺថាពួកគាត់មិនទៅណាទេ
Cette question est maintenant entièrement entre les mains de la Chambre préliminaire et d'après ce que j'en sais, c'est la Chambre préliminaire n'a pas l'intention d'aller où que ce soit.
All the ad hoc tribunals, all the high court courts, have had over their years numerous changes in their prosecutors, presidents, registrars, key personnel. Yet, perhaps with the exception of sitting judges in ongoing cases, none of these changes can really be said to have had any significant impact on the court process as a whole.
គឺនៅក្នុងតុលាការពិសេសទាំងអស់ក៏ដូចជានៅតុលាការកូនកាត់ទាំងអស់ផងដែរគឺមានការផ្លាស់ប្ដូរជាច្រើនក្នុងសមាជិកភាពពលិកញ្ញាប្រធានកាលាវិជីឬក៏បុគ្គលិកពិសេសបុគ្គលិកសំខាន់លើកឡើងតែការចែកក្រមនោះទេគឺថាការផ្លាស់ប្ដូរទាំងនេះនឹងមានខ្ញុំអាចនិយាយបានថានឹងមានការប៉ះពាល់សំខាន់ដល់ដំណើរការតុលាការទាំងមូលទេ
Dans tous les tribunaux ad hoc, dans toutes les chambres cycliques, nous avons vu au fil des ans de nombreux changements parmi les procureurs, les présidents, les greffiers et autres personnalités. Il y avait l'exception des juges qui connaissent des affaires en cours. Aucun de ces changements n'ont eu d'impact significatif sur les procédures de ces chambres.
In modern war crimes court, all relevant information is consigned either electronically or in hard copy to the file, precisely to avoid the impact of personnel changes, if at all possible, on those cases.
គឺថានៅក្នុងតុលាការព្រឹត្តិកម្មជឿនលឿនសប្តាហ៍នេះគឺរាល់ព័ត៌មានទាំងអស់គឺបានធ្វើឡើងជាផ្នែកប្រព័ន្ធអេឡិចត្រូនិកផងនិងផ្នែកឯកសារកណ្ដាលផងគឺធ្វើដូច្នេះគឺដើម្បីជៀសវាងក្នុងការប៉ះពាល់នៅពេលដែលយើងមានការផ្លាស់ប្ដូរបុគ្គលិក
Dans les juridictions contemporaines ayant à juger des crimes de guerre, toutes les informations pertinentes sont consignées de façon électronique ou alors par copie papier au dossier. Et ceci justement pour essayer d'éviter que les changements de personnel n'aient un impact sur le déroulement de ces dossiers.
The only thing that matters is that there is someone in each position who is lawfully empowered to make decisions and does just that. The rest of the process takes its own course.
បាទហើយអ្វីដែលជាបញ្ហានោះគឺថាយើងមានបុគ្គលមួយរូបគឺក៏បុគ្គលិកមួយរូបដែលស្ថិតនៅក្នុងតំណែងដែលត្រូវបានផ្ដល់អំណាចក្នុងការធ្វើសេចក្តីសម្រេចផ្សេងៗទៅតាមផ្លូវច្បាប់ហើយបុគ្គលនោះគឺអាចធ្វើការតែប៉ុណ្្នឹងទេហើយចំណែកឯដំណើរការផ្សេងៗទៀតគឺនឹងត្រូវធ្វើឡើងជាធម្មតា
La seule chose qui compte, c'est qu'il y ait à chaque poste quelqu'un qui soit habilité légalement à prendre des décisions et le fasse. Le reste de la procédure aussi le suit.
Finally, I want to reiterate that I consider it the greatest of privilege to have been able to work with a dedicated, inspired group of people, both national and international, in trying to bring some accountability and some justice to the victims of the criminal.
ជាចុងបញ្ចប់នេះគឺខ្ញុំចង់បញ្ជាក់ម្ដងទៀតផងដែរថាខ្ញុំចាត់ទុកនេះគឺជាមុខសិទ្ធិដ៏អស្ចារ្យបំផុតមួយដែលខ្ញុំបានធ្វើការជាមួយនឹងក្រុមការងារដែលមានស្មារតីខ្ពស់ដែលមានទាំងខាងជាតិនិងខាងអន្តរជាតិក្នុងការព្យាយាមដើម្បីស្វែងរកយុត្តិធម៌និងការទទួលខុសត្រូវសម្រាប់ជនរងគ្រោះនៃរបបខ្មែរក្រហម
Et enfin, je veux vous dire à quel point je considère que c'est un privilège d'avoir pu travailler avec un groupe de personnes aussi dévouées du côté national et international, désireux de s'employer à faire répondre de leurs actes les personnes responsables pour les crimes commis, et ainsi, dans une certaine mesure, à rendre justice aux victimes du régime des Khmers rouges.
Whilst it is true that this quest has not been easy, and that this court has had many challenges and will probably face serious issues until the end, these challenges have nothing to do with my decision, but rather were the motivation to keep fighting on.
ក្នុងគណៈពេលដែលថាយើងជឿជាក់ថាការបញ្ហានេះគឺជាបញ្ហាដែលមិនមានការងាយស្រួលនោះទេហើយដែលតុលាការនេះបានជួបប្រទះនឹងការប្រឈមជាច្រើនមកហើយក្តីហើយនឹងប្រហែលជាជួបប្រទះបញ្ហាលំបាកជាងនេះទៅទៀតរហូតដល់ពេលបញ្ចប់តុលាការនេះខ្ញុំជឿជាក់ថាការប្រជុំទាំងនេះនឹងមានអ្វីពាក់ព័ន្ធជាមួយនឹងការសម្រេចចិត្តរបស់ខ្ញុំទេប៉ុន្តែនេះបែរគឺជាការលើកទឹកចិត្តមួយទៅវិញដើម្បីព្យាយាមឲ្យយើងដោះស្រាយបញ្ហានេះបាន
Bien qu'il soit vrai que cette quête n'ait pas été facile et que les chambres extraordinaires ont eu à relever de nombreux défis et devront encore continuer à le faire, et ceci jusqu'à la fin de son existence, ces défis n'ont rien à voir avec mes décisions, mais au contraire ont été une des raisons qui m'ont motivé à continuer à me battre.
For over 20 years now, both in Canada and abroad, I have believed in trying to uphold the rule of law as the best guarantor of peace, stability, and justice. I still believe that this court can help Cambodia achieve those goals.
បាទសម្រាប់រយៈពេល20ឆ្នាំកន្លងមកនេះទាំងនៅកាណាដាក៏ដូចជានៅបរទេសប្រទេសទៀតដែរគឺខ្ញុំជឿជាក់ថាគឺខ្ញុំបានជឿទៅលើការព្យាយាមឲ្យមាននីតិរដ្ឋដែលខ្ញុំជឿជាក់ថាគឺជាកត្តាអារល្អបំផុតដើម្បីឲ្យមានសន្តិភាពស្ថិរភាពហើយនឹងយុត្តិធម៌ហើយខ្ញុំនៅតែជឿជាក់ផងដែរថាដំណើរការនេះនឹងអាចជួយប្រទេសកម្ពុជាដើម្បីទទួលបាននូវគោលបំណងទាំងនេះ
Depuis plus de 20 ans, je me suis efforcé au Canada et à l'étranger de faire respecter l'état de droit parce que j'estime que c'est le meilleur garant de la paix, la sécurité et la justice. Et je persiste de croire que les chambres extraordinaires pourront aider le Cambodge à atteindre cet objectif.
Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. So, after Robert, let me take some notes. You are some new material. So, some branch model of Americana.
ខ្ញុំទៅលើកពីជីវប្រអន្តរជាតិនិងភាសាស្ដីកម្ពុជាមក
My name is Deloitte. I'm from International Radio.
តាមលោកក៏សម្គាល់គឺនេះថាការសម្រេចចិត្តចាក់ចេញរបស់លោកជាន់ពេលគ្នាជាមួយនឹងទីវិទ្យាដែលលោកទើបតែទីទាមានការចោទពីថៃ
My first question is that have you noticed that your resignation coincides with the times that you demand to have more additional suspects?
សំណួរទី2ថាលោកបានរៀនបទពិសោធន៍មានបទពិសោធន៍อะไรក្នុងការប្រកបជីវភាពរបស់លោករយៈពេល3ឆ្នាំនៅក្នុងតុលាការនេះ
And my second question is, what are your experiences from the 3-year work here in the ECCC?
Thank you. First of all, it does not correspond unless you count 8 months as a correspondence. The additional suspect issue has been going on for 8 months now. And my decision has unfolded over the last few months. But again, anyone would be making a mistake in reading anything into this timeline other than pure happenstance. They are not related issues. Now, as to your second question, it would take a lot more than a few minutes to tell anyone how much this experience has changed me personally and professionally, and I will probably find a better way and a better venue and a better time to do so.
Okay, one more question from the Facebook. ខ្ញុំសិលមកពីសហព័ន្ធមានអង្គើហើយលោកបានចាក់ជាច្រើនលើកការដងហើយថាបញ្ហាផ្ទាល់ខ្លួនគ្រួសារហើយខ្ញុំក៏ចង់ឲ្យលោកចាក់ថែមទៀតថាវិធីមកពីបញ្ហាtrong nàyបើសិនជាមកពីបញ្ហាគ្រួសារមែនតើលោកអាចជួយបញ្ជាក់បានគ្រួសាររបស់លោកនឹងបញ្ហាផ្ទាល់ខ្លួនរបស់លោកនឹងបញ្ហា
I am from Cambodia newspaper. I know that you have reiterated that the reason behind this is the personal and family issue. Can you assure us again that this is really the reason? If it is really the reason, can you tell us something about the problem?
Yes and no. Yes and no. Listen, I don't know how much clearer I can make it, and I realize that it can be perceived as an important decision. But I think we, all of us, owe it to the Cambodian people the truth, which is that my decision has nothing whatsoever to do with this court.
ហើយខ្ញុំជឿជាក់ថាយើងទាំងអស់គ្នាគឺថាប្រជាជនខ្មែរទាំងអស់គ្នាគឺបានដឹងហើយនេះគឺជាបញ្ហាពិតនោះគឺថាការសម្រេចចិត្តរបស់ខ្ញុំមិនមានពាក់ព័ន្ធអ្វីទៅលើតុលាការនេះទេ
Thank you. Okay. One is Mantra and then Patrick. Okay.
Sir, thank you very much for the time. I'd like to ask you two questions.
Can you introduce that?
Hi, Sir Robert Commander from Reuters. Thank you very much for your time and your contribution to Cambodia report with some justice for my people. I have only two questions, if I could. One question is, I myself personally never heard how many additional suspects you have sought for your investigating number or proof. And the second question is that this court will face more challenges and serious challenges in the future. Could you please give me more elaboration or from your perspective, what challenges or what can this ECC will face? Thank you very much.
Cứ mau đi xa bỏ miền Reuters cho nên nhiều khi từ đầu giờ đi là cái mũiคือจะต้องเดินทางจำนวนจนสองสามแทนถ้าเราครูจับการแทนนี่คือมีจำนวนประมาณเนี่ยสมมติที่จะต้องเดินทางเหตุการณ์ผู้ชมระบบตลาดการ លោកថានឹងតុលាការនេះនឹងមានការប្រជុំទៅក្នុងមុខទៀតហើយអញ្ចឹងខ្ញុំសួរជាក់ថាតើកិច្ចការប្រជុំទាំងនោះមានកិច្ចការអីខ្លះ
Well, there's a reason why you've never heard the numbers, because I've never told you, nor have I ever discussed it outside of this court, and don't intend it.
បាទបញ្ហាដែលថាចំនួនជនសង្ស័យនោះមូលហេតុថាលោកមិនដឹងនោះគឺថាខ្ញុំមិនដែលប្រាប់លោកហើយខ្ញុំក៏មិនមានបំណងប្រាប់ថាប្រហែលនេះដែរ
Now, as to the issue that will face this court in the future, I think a lot of it will have precedent. It will be the same as the ones facing now, if they're not resolved.
ចំពោះបញ្ហាប្រឈមដែលតុលាការយើងអាចមាននោះគឺខ្ញុំអាចនិយាយបានថាបញ្ហានេះគឺបញ្ហាដដែលនោះទេបញ្ហាដែលយើងមានមុនមកដែលដល់ឥឡូវនេះតុលាការអត់ទាន់បានដោះស្រាយនោះ
I think this court is still underfunded and under-resourced for the tasks that it's supposed to accomplish.
បញ្ហាចម្បងនោះគឺថាខាងយើងនេះគឺមានថវិកាមិនគ្រប់គ្រាន់ហើយនឹងមានបុគ្គលិកខាងធនធានមនុស្សក៏មិនគ្រប់គ្រាន់ដែរ
I think it's still not doing a good job at telling Cambodian people what it's doing and why and how.
ចំពោះខ្ញុំគឺខ្ញុំថាខ្ញុំមិនទាន់បានធ្វើការឲ្យបានល្អនៅឡើយទេក្នុងការប្រាប់ទៅដល់សាធារណជនក៏ដូចជាប្រជាជនកម្ពុជាថាខ្ញុំបានធ្វើអ្វីតុលាការនេះបានធ្វើអ្វីហើយបានធ្វើឲ្យដូចម្ដេចថាហេតុអីបានធ្វើអញ្ចឹង
And it will face, whenever it finishes, the very real challenge of leaving a lasting and meaningful legacy behind.
ហើយអ្វីដែលជាការប្រឈមពិតប្រាកដមែនតើនោះគឺនៅដំណាក់កាលចុងក្រោយគឺនៅពេលដែលយើងចាក់ចេញទៅយើងនឹងទុកគេដំណើរដែលជាកិច្ចការដែលជាបញ្ហាប្រឈមដែលយើងទុកបានដោះស្រាយដល់នោះគឺជាបញ្ហាប្រឈមដែរ
Now, obviously, all of us here are aware of this. All of us, I believe, are trying to resolve these issues and will keep on working on them.
យើងទាំងអស់គ្នាគឺខ្ញុំជឿជាក់ថាបានយល់ដឹងពីបញ្ហាទាំងនេះពីបញ្ហាប្រឈមទាំងនេះហើយក៏យើងទាំងអស់គ្នាព្យាយាមដោះស្រាយនៅបញ្ហាប្រឈមទាំងនេះផងដែរ
There are also issues, however, that are external to this court, but nonetheless fundamental and need to be addressed properly.
ហើយមានបញ្ហាប្រឈមមួយចំនួនទៀតដែលជាបញ្ហាក្រៅតុលាការទេហើយក៏មិនមែនជាបញ្ហាដែលសំខាន់ប្រមាណដែរហើយតែក៏អាចតែក៏ទាមទារឲ្យយើងដោះស្រាយឲ្យបានស្អាតផងដែរ
Obviously, allegations such as the ones of corruption in the administration must be addressed and put to rest finally.
ច្បាស់ណាស់គឺជាបញ្ហាដែលចោទប្រកាន់ទៅមានអង្គពុករលួយហើយនៅខាងរដ្ឋបាលហើយខ្ញុំជឿថាបញ្ហានេះក៏ទាមទារឲ្យមានការដោះស្រាយផងដែរ
And on a larger issue, I find it obviously very disturbing that elected officials or anyone else but the judicial officials can think that they can legitimately tell any court what it should or should not do. Good luck with that one. I think it's very disturbing that anyone other than judicial officials, be them elected officials or anyone else, think that they can legitimately tell any court what it should do. On a larger issue, I think it is very disturbing. That anyone other than judicial officials be them elected officials or anyone else think that they can legitimately tell any court what it should do. Of course, that goes to the very heart of the appearance of the legitimacy of the process and must be addressed. Finally, when this court does end, it will have to be able to explain to the people of Cambodia why it did what it did and why this should constitute justice.
ហើយជាចូលបញ្ចប់នោះអ្វីដែលយើងទាមទារនេះគឺតម្រូវឲ្យតុលាការបញ្ជូនទៅជាជនទាំងអស់គ្នាថាតើហេតុអ្វីបានតុលាការបានធ្វើអ្វីកន្លងមកហើយហេតុអ្វីបានជាការងាររបស់តុលាការអាចនាំមកនៅយុត្តិធម៌
I have a following humanity. For me, when you were making your statement, it sounded sort of inconsistent to me. You said you were mulling the decision over the past few months, but also that you'd allowed your deputies to take the lead in court as you phased your rollout. That's my understanding. Just sort of wondering, over the past week, it's been a pretty important core part of the trial, and the prosecution seems to have struggled to make their points that Joy played a leadership role in the regime, and I'm wondering if you can sort of more exactly explain why you didn't take the lead in court, seeing as this is the only trial.
The only trial, but it's not the only case. That's right. Yeah, try it.
បាទគឺមិនមែនគឺលោកបាននិយាយអំពីករណីថាពេលវេលានោះវាអត់ស៊ីគ្នាហើយគឺថាការសម្រេចចិត្តរបស់លោកនោះគឺទើបតែធ្វើឡើងនៅប្រហែលសប្តាហ៍មុនទេហើយតើលោកអាចបកស្រាយបានដែរទេថាព្រោះតែពីប្រហែលសប្តាហ៍មុននោះគឺខាងសេរីញ្ញាគឺព្យាយាមចោទប្រកាន់ថាធ្វើបែបនេះគឺមានទួនាទីនៅក្នុងមុខបណ្ដាញជាអ្នកដឹកនាំខ្ពស់ของដែរនោះថាអ្វីដែលលោកគង់ព្យាយាមអ្វីដែលខាងសេរីញ្ញាព្យាយាមធ្វើហើយអ្វីដែលលោកបានសម្រេចចិត្តនោះគឺការពលហើយ
It's the only case, but unfortunately, the only trial, but unfortunately not the only case.
បាទនេះគឺជាការកាត់សេចក្តីតែមួយប៉ុន្តែវាមិនមែនជាករណីតែមួយទេ
There is a multitude of tasks and responsibilities that go with the office of my national colleague and myself.
នេះគឺជាការងារដែលមានលក្ខណៈធំទូលំទូលាយហើយដោះស្រាយដោយការរឡាយរបស់ខ្ញុំទាំងមូលគឺក្នុងនោះមានខាងជាតិផងដែរ
We both realized from the very beginning that these cases must be, as I said, put together and conducted by teams of people.
យើងបានដឹងតាំងពីដំបូងមកម្ល៉េះថាករណីរឿងនេះគឺទាមទារមានការធ្វើការជាក្រុម
And that's the only way that this can be done efficiently, which is what we've done.
ហើយនេះគឺជាវិធីសាស្ត្រតែមួយគត់ដែលយើងអាចធ្វើឡើងដើម្បីឲ្យបានលទ្ធផលល្អប្រសើរហើយនេះគឺជាអ្វីដែលយើងបានធ្វើទៅ
Trust me, there's a lot of more competent people out there than you.
ហើយខ្ញុំទៅគឺមានអ្នកដែលមានសមត្ថភាពច្រើនណាស់ក្នុងការធ្វើការងាររបស់
Okay, thank you. I think one more question, and then we only affair can take more questions from you after Robert. So,
comme objectif en 5 fois, vous avez dit que la chambre préliminaire n'avait pas l'intention d'aller où que ce soit. Vous avez dit que la chambre préliminaire n'a pas l'intention d'aller où que ce soit. C'est sorti en traduction.
Hello, I'm a journalist from France Info. In your presentation, you have said that as far as you're aware, the pre-trial chamber does not plan on going anywhere. Would you care to elaborate?
បាទគឺថាខ្ញុំចង់លើរបស់បង្ហាញរបស់លោកមិញនោះគឺលើឡើងថាអង្គរាជជំនុំជម្រះនឹងមិនទៅណាទេតើលោកចង់បកស្រាយទៅខាងពីបញ្ហានោះដែរទេអត់
Comme j'essaie d'expliquer plus tôt, la seule circonstance où un changement de personnel peut avoir un impact direct sur la conduite d'un dossier, c'est lorsqu'il y a un juge qui est saisi d'un dossier, il entend et que ce juge-là quitte.
As I have tried to explain earlier, in my view, the only time when a change in personnel is going to have an impact on proceedings is when a sitting judge has to leave for various reasons.
លោកដែលខ្ញុំបានព្យាយាមមកស្រាយតាមពីមុនទៅនោះគឺថាការផ្លាស់ប្ដូរបុគ្គលិកនោះគឺមិនមានភាពប៉ះពាល់អីទេលើកតែការមានការផ្លាស់ប្ដូរចក្រម
La chambre préliminaire est saisie du dossier, elle doit être considérée comme siégeant sur le dossier, et à ce que je sache, Aucun des juges n'a l'intention de quitter, donc il ne doit pas y avoir d'interruption dans le processus. C'est la seule chose que je veux dire.
As I just said earlier, the PTC is seized of this matter. The PTC is sitting, deliberating about this matter, and to the best of my knowledge, not any of the judges are planning on leaving the pretrial chamber. And that is all I meant by what I said.
ខ្ញុំបាននិយាយអញ្ចឹងគឺឥឡូវនេះអង្គបរិយាជំនុំជម្រះបានទទួលសំណុំរឿងមួយខាងហើយគាត់បានពិភាក្សាទៅលើសំណុំរឿងនេះហើយតាមតែខ្ញុំដឹងគឺគាត់មិនមានគម្រោងចាក់ចេញទៅទេហើយនេះគឺជាអ្វីដែលខ្ញុំមាននៅគឺខ្ញុំនិយាយនៅក្នុងការ
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. អរគុណយើងមានជំនួសឲ្យចាំពួកខ្ញុំឆ្លើយខែនេះយើងនឹងនិយាយ
This before we do any more announcements about regular reports from you.
តាមសិនមានជំនួសរយៈតទៅនឹងការចាត់តាំងជំនួសលោកការទីគឺអាចជួយមកបានលោកខ្ញុំដល់ព័ត៌មានចាត់ទៅនឹងបច្ចុប្បន្នភាពរបស់អាចារ្យ
Okay, thank you very much, Miles. My question, and for lawyers, my question also goes to somebody and as well. You may have, I'm sure you have the same thing, that International Court Prosecutor Robert D. was saying that the corruption must be addressed in court, and would you have anything to say on that?
បាទអរគុណច្រើនខ្ញុំមានជំនួសមួយគឺតាមលោកអរសិនគឺលោកជាលោកសម្បត្តិផងដែរលោកដែលលោកសាក់វិញ្ញាណអន្តរជាតិក៏បានលើកឡើងដែរគឺបញ្ហាចោទកម្មជំនួសពលរដ្ឋទៅបានមកស្ថានភាពលោកមានបច្ចុប្បន្នតែគាត់បញ្ហានេះ
Well, this is a matter which needs to be discussed between the two main political actors, which is the United Nations in New York and the government of Cambodia. But as
គឺថាបញ្ហានេះគឺជាបញ្ហាដែលត្រូវបានការរើដោះស្រាយដោយបុគ្គលពីរសំខាន់គឺមួយគឺអង្គការសហជីវជាតិនៅទីក្រុងញូវយ៉កហើយមួយទៀតគឺនាយករដ្ឋាភិបាលកម្ពុជា
I think that's the only comment I would have on that right now.
ខ្ញុំមានបញ្ហាហើយមានយោបល់អីបន្ថែមនៅឥឡូវនេះ
What about Paul Coffey, who was appointed as a reserve in 2006? Isn't that this sort of situation?
Well, again,
what about Paul Coffey, the reserve?
តើចូលបញ្ហាលោក Paul Coffey ដែលជាសហប្រេងណាបំរុងជនជាតិបរទេសតើយ៉ាងម៉េចដែរទៅនឹង
well, again, any questions with regards to persons for appointments needs to be addressed to the headquarters in New York. What the process is that Robert P. is going to stay in his office until the 1st of September. And we expect that a new international court prosecutor will have been appointed by that time. Whether that will be Paul Coffey or someone else will depend on the nominations of the Secretary General of the United Nations and the subsequent appointment from the Supreme Council of the Ministers here in Cambodia.
ហើយគាត់និយាយវែងតិចប៉ុន្តែអ្វីដែលគាត់ចង់លើកឡើងគឺថាពាក់ទងនឹងការចាត់តាំងអ្នកណាមួយឬក៏តែងតាំងអ្នកណាមួយមកធ្វើការជំនួសលោករដ្ឋាភិបាលនេះគឺថាត្រូវតែពាក់ទងជាមួយនឹងទីស្នាក់ការធំរបស់ការសហជីវជាតិនៅទីក្រុងញូវយ៉កហើយយើងទាំងអស់មានបានដឹងរួចហើយថាលោករដ្ឋាភិបាលគាត់នឹងចាត់ចែងរហូតដល់ថ្ងៃទី1ខែកញ្ញាចឹងមានន័យថានៅមានពេលច្រើនហើយយើងសង្ឃថាអ្នកថ្មីនោះគឺនឹងអាចមកជំនួសគាត់បើស្គាល់ពេលដែលគាត់នៅមានវត្តមាននៅទីនេះពីហើយតែតទៅនឹងលោកផលខូពីដែរគឺថាមានតែកន្លែងទីស្នាក់ការធំរបស់អង្គការសហជីវជាតិនៅបរិយាញូវយ៉កទេដែលមានសិទ្ធិសម្រាប់ថាអ្នកណានឹងត្រូវមកជំនួសតើលោកអ្នកសាមួយបារម្ភក្នុងការព្រួយបារម្ភថាការដែលលោករបស់ទីចាត់ចេញអាចមានការពន្យាពេលនៃដំណើរការសាលាក្តីយ៉ាងម៉េចទេបាទ Are you concerned with the departure of Robert Patin will make the process of the trial delay?
I can just repeat what Mr. Petit himself said, that he believes that this has no influence on the ongoing proceedings for the court.
ខ្ញុំគាត់និយាយឡើងវិញពីអ្វីដែលលោករដ្ឋប្រតិបានបញ្ជាក់រួចហើយគឺថាការចាត់ចែងរបស់គាត់នេះគឺអត់មានពាក់ព័ន្ធនឹងតលសោះជាមួយនឹងដំណើរការរបស់តុលាការនេះអូខេហើយជាអខ្ញុំសូមធ្វើសេចក្តីប្រកាសមួយចំនួនទាក់ទងនឹងព្រឹត្តិការណ៍របស់តុលាការនៅថ្ងៃទី1នៅថ្ងៃសុក្រទី26ខែមិថុនាវេលាម៉ោង 2:30 នាទីនេះគឺថាអង្គរេជំនុំជម្រះក៏នឹងធ្វើការប្រកាសការសុំនៅក្រៅគុំរបស់លោកអៀងសេរីនៅពេលនោះគឺថាអ្នកសារព័ត៌មានអាចចូលរួមថតរូបបានដែរ The first announcement is that pre-trial chamber they will read the verdict for Ian Seri to be on bail or not. So it will be on Friday the 26th at 2:30. And another announcement is that tomorrow, Thursday the 26th, the UN Special, Thursday 25th, UN Special Rapporteur for Human Rights in Cambodia, Dr. Surya Sabati, he will attend the court hearing and he will meet several court officials, including co-prosecutor, co-investigating judges, and acting director of administration and also deputy director of administration. การในปีคือทางโลกบันทึกโซยาสวัสดีได้ยินออกมาวิเศษบอกการสาธิตเทียบตัวตกในสนุนก่อนหนึ่งมาตัวสาวนาการในไงสายเปรย์ให้ก่อนหนึ่งจูสาปริญญาสาใจตรองซึ่งโดยที่จูเพียนในที่บอกการเดี๋ยวไล่รัฐบาลในลูกเทียนการเดี๋ยวไล่รัฐบาลของได้กิจการมือเทียนคือทางในกิจการสาธิตนานยืนคือเป็นจูมิสตีโรเนี่ยนึกลงไงแต่ที่หมดเคยกลุ่มไว้ทางพวกนี้คือในสกอตที่ไล่กันนาสัตราคือยังยังมีการวิวัฒน์บอกสลากได้ so also on the 28th Sunday the public affairs section will meet 200 students at the Panna Satra University to talk about the progress of the court and one last thing is one last information is on Monday we will have 300 to 500 villagers from Tribunal commune in Swai district to attend the hearing. So media, if they want to cover the departure of those villagers from the village, you can contact us, public affairs section, and we will help you to reach the village and also to accompany villagers to the court, especially for TV journalists if you want to. កិច្ចការចុងក្រោយទៀតគឺថ្ងៃច័ន្ទយើងមានប្រជាជនប្រហែលជា300ទៅ500នាក់មកពិភពវិទ្យាស្រុកទីស្វាយគាត់នឹងមកចូលរួមសាវនាការពិតហើយបើអ្នកសារព័ត៌មានណាមានចំណាប់អារម្មណ៍ចង់ទៅចូលរួមសរសេរព័ត៌មានមួយហ្នឹងគឺយើងអាចជួយសម្រួលបានในកិច្ចការសាធារណៈសូមទាក់ទងមកយើងខ្ញុំនេះគឺជាប្រកាសការប្រកាសរបស់ខ្ញុំមកចុងក្រោយហើយមានចំនួនខាងគឺឡានខ្ញុំសាកជួយเป็นเรื่องการบอกให้มันตัดการบอกมีนะนี่นะบ้านยืนอันนี้ตามประเด็นการยืนมีตามในเว็บไซต์อะไรนะจนได้แต่เตียโตนึงโลกโซลิยานี่คือตัวเป็นไอคอนตัวยังบ้านไอเป็นอะไรก็ติด
Also, just the technical information about some dates, because after we announced the pre-trial chamber dates last week, they have changed the dates of sitting in September. So the pre-trial chamber will meet 3rd and 4th of September, and not 7th to 9th, as was announced last week. So the dates of the pre-trial chamber is 3rd and 4th September 2009.
ខ្ញុំមានសេចក្តីប្រកាសមួយទៀតហើយទាក់ទងនឹងការប្រកាសព័ត៌មានរបស់អង្គរេជំនុំជម្រះគឺថាពីមុនគាត់បានប្រកាសចន្លោះតាមពិតថ្ងៃដែលត្រូវមានសាវនាការរបស់អង្គរេជំនុំជម្រះគឺនៅថ្ងៃទី3និងទី4ខែកញ្ញាមិនមែនដូចថ្ងៃដែលបានជម្រាបខាងដើមទេ
Any questions to the order court business?
The President, please be seated. The trial chamber is now back in session, and we will continue our proceeding, and I'll give the floor to Judge Cartwright to continue to put questions to the accused.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have very few more questions to ask. What I would like to know is that those whom you called elements, you now agree were detainees. Is that correct?
The accused, Your Honor, the detainees who were detained in the prisons without fence or wall. Detainees in the sense that they had no freedom to leave Presor. Is that correct? The accused, yes, that is correct. But in addition to that, most of the rights and freedom were deprived.
Thank you. Now, again, just so that I can understand your testimony this morning, at one point you mentioned spies. When you are referring to spies in relation to Presor, do you mean detainees who were accused of being spies, or spies employed by Presor to find information about the detainees?
The accused, Your Honor, at Presor, there were two separate elements. The first elements, it's may confuse when I use the word elements. Let I say, I would like to say again, the elements I used just now, it's difficult to understand. At Presor, there were two kinds of people. One were the staff member of S21. The second group of people, they were called elements or components detained there for the purpose of labor work and tempering them on discipline and labor work. The first type of group of people was my competence, and the second group was the elements and from outside. So your question, I feel a bit confusion. I can respond only to a kind of group of people. So if you want to know further, please ask.
Thank you. I am trying to clarify what was meant by you when you used the word spies this morning. Did any of the staff of S24 excuse me, spy on the elements or detainees?
The accused, Your Honor, S21 staff who were a member of S21, said the accused, they supervised, they controlled and reported against those elements or detainee at S24. It's not only spying, but also they manage, they scold, they curse, they force them to do the work, and they reported about their psychological or their ideology. And was different from someone from a distance to spy for one time to another. I think it was a translation problem, but my staff assigned to work there, they did every work, against those bad elements, including force them to do the work, including also the cursing, scolding, and monitoring, and reporting to the upper echelon and to the three of us. So they perform every task that done by the staff of S21. As for the elements, they don't have that kind of role and rights. What they had to do is to do the forced labor. That's all.
Thank you. So none of the staff were given the task of listening to private conversations of the elements or detainees.
The accused, Your Honor, when you are talking about that, yes, there were someone assigned to listen. The same member of the S21 staff who do the listening to the conversation.
And those conversations were reported to the superiors just as if it was ordinary monitoring of work and behavior generally. Is that correct?
The accused, Your Honor, that is one kind of the surveillance or monitoring, so that they can report to me any point that may cause into danger.
And this spying was done perhaps at night time when people went back to their places to sleep. Would that be right?
The accused, Your Honor, yes, they did the spy at night.
One final question. When you use the word elements, are you referring in fact to the people from all three groups, Group 1, 2 and 3?
The accused, Your Honor, elements was divided into three groups. Those who were under the supervision and the monitoring were divided into three groups. There were three groups in the elements.
Thank you, Mr. President. This time.
Mr. President, do the bench have any further question to put to the accused? Please, Judge Jean-Marc, the floor is yours.
Ce matin, vous avez indiqué qu'il y avait eu un choix délibéré de ne pas utiliser les locaux ou les bâtiments de l'ancienne prison de Presa. Vous avez dit, si j'ai bien compris, que c'était parce qu'il n'y avait pas d'eau. Est-ce que ce n'est pas aussi fondamentalement pour une raison plus politique? Parce que la prison de Presa pouvait représenter un symbole de l'oppression par l'ancien régime. Et est-ce que c'est pas aussi parce que officiellement, pendant le régime du Kampuchea démocratique, il n'y avait pas de prison. Les centres de détention étaient secrets et devaient rester secrets.
The accused, Your Honor, S21 not decided not to use, and every one of us try to use the place in Phnom Penh. This is true that I recall. If we are talking about as a symbolic or of the old regime prison, it is one of the political idea containing in the CPK. The Communist Party of Cambodia never recognized itself as a regime that has a prison or chains or any cuff or shackles. This is the position and the behavior of the Communist Party of Cambodia maintained a long time ago. And therefore, all the prisons in the CPK were kept as confidential. And in fact, all the prisons of the Communist Party of Cambodia, we should not call it in French as prison. It should be called as ensemble de la mort in French. Because there was no law to protect the right of the detainees in that period. The detainees were detained for a period of time. After interrogation, they were taken for execution. So, in conclusion, what I told you I did not use the former prison for our utilization because there was no more water, and later Nat decided not to use that either.
Et par la suite, Nat a confirmé cette décision de ne pas utiliser la prison de Pressor.
And the big prison in Phnom Penh, I visited one time, but it opened to the public and it may be known to the Chinese visitor.
Elle était connue du public et elle aurait pu être aussi connue des visiteurs chinois.
And in summary, the Communist Party of Cambodia did not allow anyone to know about their prisons. They want to keep that in secret. This is one issue. I would like to explain that, so I pick several points at the same time. So if you don't quite clear, please ask for further question.
I would like to seek clarification on another issue now. Specifically, could you tell us who had the right to decide about sending someone for re-education being in inverted commas? Would this authority rest with the same people who were also those who could decide to smash enemies, or was this authority vested with a broader group of people? You said, I believe this morning, that as far as military people were concerned, the decision rested with Son Sen. For people from other units or ministries, the decision was with other people, those people who were in charge of those units or ministries. Now, first of all, what I'm saying, is what I'm saying correct? And secondly, would you say that that authority to make such decisions would have been shared by yet a larger group of people?
The accused, Your Honor, this morning I said that the military people were decided by Son Sen. This is correct. This is true. And other units, the civil units, I went very fast, and it caused a unclear in its sense. And the civilian unit should be decided by the upper echelons, someone above Son Sen. It may be Pol Pot or Nuon Chea who made that decision. And then it came down to Son Sen, and Son Sen ordered to me. In conclusion, I would like to respond to your question. Were those whose decisions were broader than the military units or the same? I can say it was the same. It went even higher. It went to Pol Pot before they sent the people or the victim to me. That's all I can tell you, Your Honor.
S'agissant des raisons
concerning the reasons that would have resulted in people being sent to so-called re-education,
Je ne sais pas si j'ai bien compris ce que vous
I'm
avez dit ce
not
matin,
sure
mais
I
j'ai
understood
entendu
correctly what you said this
que
morning,
selon
but
vous,
what I heard was
cela concerne
that according to
des
you,
personnes
this
dont on
was
ne
for
savait pas
people
si elles étaient
who were
amies
not known,
ou ennemies,
whose status was not
mais
known. It was
dont
not
le
known whether they
parti
were friends or enemies.
voulait
But
s'assurer
the party wanted to
qu'en
make
les
sure
soumettant à un
that
travail forcé,
by making them do forced
elles ne
labor,
nuiraient pas
they
au parti.
would not cause any harm to the party.
En d'autres termes,
In other
est-ce
words,
que c'était une politique du
was
doute?
this a policy based
On
on
pouvait
doubt,
trouver quelqu'un
on
douteux,
misgivings? You found a person
qui devait être
dubious
rééduqué,
or
entre guillemets.
somehow suspicious, and consequently this person had to be re-educated. Is this the meaning of what you said this morning, or did I misunderstand you?
The accused, Your Honor, based on what you have said, I think you clearly understand what I had said this morning.
Ce matin,
Judge Lavergne,
vous avez dit
this
également,
morning you also stated, responding to a question about what was the aim of re-education, you stated that when a person was arrested to be sent to Pressar,
la décision de l'écraser
the decision to smash that person
à moitié prise.
had already
Est-ce que vous
been
confirmez ce que je viens
half
de dire?
taken. It was already half decided that this person would be smashed. Is this correct?
The accused, I accept the word I said this morning is what you have just described.
Ce que vous venez de dire reflète bien ce que je dis ce matin.
Alors, toujours pour essayer de
Judge Lavergne, so
sûr d'avoir bien
still,
compris,
I'm still making sure that I've understood you correctly. This morning you said that apart from 30 people who were released there and then to be used as military support, beyond that, any other detainee at Pressar had in principle no hope of being released. Is this what you said this morning?
The accused, Your Honor, yes, that was what I said this morning. Thank you.
Est-ce que ce matin vous avez également bien dit
Judge Lavergne, this morning did you also indeed say that Pressar detainees
leur sort s'améliorer
could not hope for an improvement of their conditions and could not hope to be upgraded from Group 3, that's to say
potentiellement nuisible
the most potentially dangerous group, to Group number 2 or even to Group number 1 with the lighter offenders or the lighter detainees. Is this also what you said this morning?
The accused, Your Honor, yes, indeed, that was what I said.
Alors,
Judge Lavergne, so now I would like to ask you specifically who had the authority to decide about smashing Pressar detainees, be it by sending them directly to Chiang Ek or by sending them to Sleng. Were you systematically and necessarily consulted? Were you supposed to refer back to your superiors about this? What were the reasons for which such detainees could be smashed? For instance,
d'efficacité au travail
lack
peut être un
of
motif suffisant.
zeal at work could be a sufficient
Il
reason.
me semble aussi que ce matin vous avez dit que pour toute
It seems to me that this morning you
arrestation de
also said
combattants, il
that
fallait
for
votre
any
autorisation.
for the arresting of any
Mais pour
combatant,
tous les
your
éléments
authorization was
du troisième
necessary. But also that for all elements in the third group, this is what I recall hearing you say, you said that you were not
et que vous aviez
very interested in
délégué
this and that
cette
you had delegated this particular
subordonné
authority to a subordinate of yours.
à toutes ces questions.
Can you answer all these questions, please?
The accused, Your Honor, I would like to reiterate what I said.
Je vais répéter ce que j'ai dit.
All the combatants belonging to S21, either working in Phnom Penh or at Preso, before a decision to arrest them, it needs to be approved from the upper echelon with clear reasons.
Prise en ce sens par l'échelon supérieur avec des raisons claires.
And the clear reasons were those that destroys or that affects the forces.
Des facteurs qui affectent ou détruisent la force.
And not the reason for ineffective work.
Et non pas l'inefficacité au travail.
And as for those detained in Preso, whom I call the elements,
ce que j'appelle les composants,
the decision to smash them
décision de les tuer
was in the hand of the S21 committee, but I assigned the responsibility to my subordinate, to the deputy secretary, to make that decision.
C'est lui qui pouvait prendre cette décision.
Except the documents this morning which talk about the family of Sundara alias Sok and the family of Mayon,
Et la famille de
Mailon, whom I needed to seek opinion from the upper echelon. When he was sent, there was a strict instruction that there needs to be his opinion first before the person was smashed. So I had to seek his opinion on these families, and the rest, the decision was made by the subordinate. I would like to frankly reiterate that what I say is not to deny the crimes that I committed on the elements. I am accepting that responsibility. Although I did not make the decision, but the principle set out by the upper echelon means that the executioners or the implementers had to be responsible before me. So whatever they had to do, they have to do it in order not to make the elements rebel or destroys the Communist Party of Cambodia. So this is my clarification, and that I accept the crime, although the decision was made by my subordinate. That is all, Your Honor.
Judge Lavigne, however, I believe that it's important to make things a bit clearer. Who decided on the breakdown into these three groups? Who made the decision between the light offenders and the heavy offenders? Who decided to send prisoners directly to Chongek or to Tuol Sleng? I mean, there are decisions that were not the same, so it might be important to know who did what.
The accused, Your Honor, the division of the elements into three categories was made by the two persons.
C'était deux personnes qui s'occupaient de cette répartition.
And the decision to send them directly and immediately to Chiang Ai without having them to go through Phnom Penh was decided by me, myself.
Moi-même, c'est moi-même qui décide cela.
Judge Lavigne, so therefore there was no delegation here. You didn't delegate anything to a subordinate. You knew perfectly well that if you were sending somebody directly to Chong Ek, well, it was to execute that person. So, on the basis of which information would you make such a decision? Did you... What were the reasons that you checked when you were looking at these lists?
The accused, sometimes there were requests to me that those people needed not to be interrogated and their confessions were not needed.
Leurs aveux n'étaient pas nécessaires.
After I heard that, and after I had a quick examination, then I made a decision that those people needed to be sent to Chiang Ai directly.
Ces personnes devaient être envoyées directement à Chiang Ai.
If people were sent to Chiang Ai wrongly, then it means their confessions would be cut off. So they needed to seek my approval before those people could be sent to Chiang Ai.
Obtenir mon autorisation.
After I heard that, and after I had a quick examination, then I made a decision that those people needed to be sent to Chiang Ai directly.
Ces personnes devaient être envoyées directement à Chiang Ai.
If people were sent to Chiang Ai wrongly, then it means their confessions would be cut off. So they needed to seek my approval before those people could be sent to Chiang Ai.
Obtenir mon autorisation avant que ces personnes ne soient envoyées à Chiang Ai.
This is my response, Your Honor.
Est-ce que
Judge
c'est la
Lavergne,
raison pour
is this
laquelle
the reason why
des enfants
children
ont pu être envoyés
were
directement à
also
Chiang
directly
Ek
sent
sans
to Chung Ek
être transférés d'abord
without
à S21?
passing first through Tuol Sleng?
The accused, Your Honor, for that reason, the 160 children were sent directly to Chiang Ek.
Ont été envoyés directement à Chiang Ek.
And in fact, those children were sent to Chiang Ek without even having any consultation with me.
Sans qu'il y ait eu consultation avec moi-même.
Because there was no reason in getting the confession from those children.
Obtenir des aveux de ces enfants.
Vous pouvez nous donner un peu plus de précision sur
Judge
ces
Lavergne,
enfants?
could you please give us a few more details about these children? Where did they come from?
Est-ce que les parents avaient déjà été écrasés? Est-ce
Had the
qu'ils avaient été
parents
séparés de leurs
already been
parents?
smashed? Were they separated from
Quand
their
est-ce qu'ils ont
parents?
été arrêtés?
When were they arrested and when were they executed?
The accused, Your Honor, for such detail, I do not have the information.
Je ne dispose pas des informations relatives à de tels détails.
I do not know the real
Je
situation.
ne sais pas ce qu'était la situation.
I can only conclude that the 160 children
160 enfants
were those who were separated from their parents who were detained in Phnom Penh.
eux-mêmes détenus à Phnom Penh.
And they were kept at Presaw.
Et on les a gardés après ça.
I believed this conclusion is not too far from the reality of the situation at the time.
De la réalité telle qu'elle était à l'époque.
This is my response,
Voilà ma réponse,
Your Honor.
Monsieur le juge.
Judge Lavergne,
Est-ce que des enfants
were
ont été obligés de
children
travailler à
obliged
Pressar
to work at Pressar?
à partir de quel âge?
As of what age
Étaient-ils
were
séparés
they
de leur
separated
mère?
from
Ça
their
veut dire
mothers?
Est-ce qu'ils étaient immédiatement
Were they
séparés de leur
immediately
mère?
separated from their mothers?
Ils pouvaient rester un certain
Or
temps?
could they remain with their mothers for a
Est-ce qu'il y
certain
avait des
while?
enfants à Pressar
Were there children at
qui
Pressar?
s'en occupaient?
And who took care of these children?
The accused. On this matter, I am also unclear because I did not see it with my own eyes.
Par rapport à cette question, que je n'ai pas vu les choses de mes propres yeux, par conséquent, cela n'est pas clair. Je ne peux pas vous répondre de manière exacte.
I can only conclude that
Je ne peux que conclure
the very young children who were separated from their mothers
séparés de leur mère,
just after they were separated from their mothers, they would immediately be smashed
ces enfants étaient
nearby the
écrasés
compound of the Punyayat High School.
de l'ancien lycée de Punyayat.
Therefore, those children, those 160 children,
160 enfants,
were not the very young children.
ce pas des enfants très âgés, ils n'étaient pas des enfants très vieux.
At least they were 7 years old or 8 years old and up.
Ils avaient au moins 7 ans. L'interprète reprend, ce n'étaient pas les enfants les plus jeunes.
Those children, when they arrived there,
lorsqu'ils arrivaient dans cet endroit,
they were forced to do labor.
ils étaient forcés de travailler.
And the question is, what did they do?
La question est la suivante. Que faisaient-ils?
I thought of the child of Brother Mom Nai and another child.
Un autre enfant, par exemple.
At night, they went around trying to catch mice.
Ils essayaient d'attraper les souris.
Every night, they went around looking to catch mice.
Et ils cherchaient les souris.
And usually, they rested during the day.
Et d'habitude, pendant la journée, ils se reposaient.
So, in summary, this is my response to you, Your Honor, regarding the children.
S'agissant des enfants, Monsieur le juge.
Judge Lavergne.
Alors, une autre question.
Well, another question now in dealing with a different topic.
Les personnes qui étaient arrêtées,
Were
conduites à
the
Pressar,
people who were arrested and brought to Pressar, were they informed of the reasons why they had been arrested? And in that case, were they able to contest and to challenge that order?
The accused, Your Honor, there was none. During the democratic Cambodia, there was no contest could be raised.
On ne pouvait pas, il était impossible de former une contestation, une réclamation.
There was no about the transfer from one unit to another. They don't tell the reason for that. The time was not allowed for the victim to contest or to raise any argument. Let me give you an example that I mentioned a little bit yesterday. When Nat himself, who was removed by Son Sen from S21, the ground was not told for that removal. He just told that it was the need for him to do the work.
On lui a simplement dit qu'il fallait qu'il aille ailleurs pour faire le travail qui était nécessaire de faire.
And he said that the military communication need him very strongly.
Avait absolument besoin de ses services.
This I would like to reflect to Brother Nat. And so for those who were sent to Pressar, they were not informed of the ground of their sending or their arrest.
On ne les informait pas des motifs de leur arrestation.
That's all my response, Your Honor.
Tout ce que je pouvais vous dire en réponse à votre question, Monsieur le juge.
Judge Lavergne, and among the reasons that could justify being sent to be re-educated, well, the simple fact of maybe having a poor biography could be sufficient. The fact of maybe having a member of your family who had been arrested and imprisoned at S21, or the fact of being close to someone who could be suspicious, were these sufficient reasons?
The accused, Your Honor, if you are talking about a bad biography,
au sujet des mauvaises biographies,
it refers to the head of the family which has been arrested and smashed. It is correct.
C'est ce que ça peut vouloir dire. C'est exact.
If you say that because of the class origin, that he or she was a professor like me, for example,
Ou enseignant, comme c'était le cas pour moi par exemple.
We cannot say that as a bad biography. These type of people could not be arrested on that matter.
Pour un tel motif.
I would like to explain a bit more. In each family, there was one head of family.
Dans chaque famille, il y avait un chef de famille.
If the head of the family fell down, other members in the family might be arrested and smashed, or be sent to prison. This is true.
C'est vrai.
So the second list indicate clearly number 00, 007, 271. About case number 9, female member number 9, and her husband was Chan Sarat. He was a member of a staff member of S21. He was a member of S21 and her husband was arrested. The upper echelon sent her to prison. This is my explanation. When the husband was arrested, the wife would be sent to prison.
La femme a été envoyée après ça en conséquence. Ça, c'est mon explication.
Judge Lavergne, so up until now in the proceedings we use the terms re-education, opponents quite often. And in the closing order, there is reference to another terminology, much more legal terminology, and it's not, and there's no mention of re-education sites. It is, on the contrary, it is mentioned enslavement. So for you, Pressar, was Pressar a place where people were enslaved? And I can read paragraph 135 of the closing order, where the following is paragraph 135 of the agreed facts, where it is stated that the prisoners at S21 and at Pressar were obliged to do forced labor. In all of the aspects of their lives, they were continuously under strict control, and they were subject to a true appropriation, which would often be translated as the restriction of their liberty and of their living space. And this being done through measures aiming to prevent them from escaping, and by submitting them to punishment and other cruel treatment. All of these acts resulted in depriving the prisoners of their free choice. So, I would like to repeat my question. So, was Pressar for you a place where people were enslaved?
The accused, Your Honor, the language in the international law the language in the international law used for Pressar, yes, it's correct. It is a kind of description. It is true.
Judge Lavenne, so I'm going to continue with another question, where this time I'm going to ask you if for you Pressar was a place where people were persecuted, and was it also a place that contributed to an extermination policy? I'd like to remind you that this morning, unless I did not understand, well, you said that the objective in the long run regarding the prisoners at Pressar was to exterminate them. So I'm going to read again the paragraph in the closing order dealing with extermination. It is said that the living conditions imposed at S21 and S21 therefore also includes Pressar were calculated to bring about the death of detainees. These conditions included but were not limited to the deprival of access to adequate food and medical care. Does this paragraph also apply to Pressar, according to you?
The accused, Your Honor, this paragraph is in fact reflect the crimes at Pressar.
Judge Lavergne, well, I do not have any further questions for the moment to the accused, but I would still like to draw the accused attention to documents that have just been included in the case file, and that are documents that the co-investigating judges obtained in case number 2 and that they brought before the trial chamber because they thought that they could be useful. And among these documents, they are confessions, but also prisoner lists. And I would like the accused to please examine during an adjournment a document which is E4710, which is titled Prisoner Lists from Division 920, released and dated November 26, 1977. So I think therefore it is possible for you to refer to this document and eventually to the other documents that were included by the co-investigating judges in the case file, and eventually I will ask you questions about these lists. But Mr. President, I do not have any further questions. Thank you.
Monsieur le Président.
Oh. Yes.
The President, please, Mr. Lawyer, the floor is yours.
Alain Werner, I would like to refer to two paragraphs in the closing order. Paragraph 135, but there was no, that was referred to, but there was no reference in the closing order to the paragraph number in the closing order relating to extermination was not mentioned, and it is paragraph 139. It is paragraph 139 of the closing order, which relates to extermination. Thank you.
The President, the bench, do you have any further question to the accused? If you don't have any question, I have a few questions remaining in relation to the fact. A while ago, you used the language in response to Judge Suva Cartwright, saying that the staff member of Presor were combatants. I would like to know further, were the staff member of Presor the armed force with the guns, or just a security people in a civilian uniform? The accused, Your Honor, as far as I remember, there were no guns or arms at Presor, but there's a few of them with the messenger or guard only. The management of over those elements, and we conduct through the inspection and monitoring only. That's all. The President, thank you. We feel interested in this matter because in the closing order and on the minutes, the agreed fact indicated that those elements who are working were frequently and strictly monitored by the armed force, fully armed. That's why I asked this question for clarification, but it's your right to respond. But we will have more witnesses to testify on this matter. My second question for you, those people who were in the third group, which is the serious offenders group, what were the treatment for them at night when they stay or they sleep at night? What were their treatment then? The accused, Your Honor, Mr. President, they might be kept in the house or the stable and lock the door from the outside.
Dans un bâtiment fermé à clé de l'extérieur la nuit.
The President, when the re-education center at Preso received the children, and there was not a kind of examination, but for the small children were separated from their mothers, were smashed next to the center at Phnom Penh. It's only those who were 7 or 8 years old who were detained was sent to Preso before sending to Chiang Ek. Was that true? The accused, Your Honor, Mr. President, I said that it is true, but it is my it was my conclusion. The President, my question is that when they were sent there and before the decision to transfer them for smashing, was there any organization or arrangement that allowed them to learn any language or any script? The accused, Mr. President, there was no kind of education, even though the children of the cadre, for example, the son of the cadre Mom Nai, they did not study, but they catched the mouse. The President, this morning you admitted that there were pregnant women who were full pregnancy. It was in 1977, and Judge Cartwright asked you that question, and you said that for those babies who were delivered from the mothers, and if the mother were smashed, the baby were also smashed. So now come to the situation where the mother was allowed to stay after her delivery of the child, and if she needs to go to the rice paddy to work, so was there any arrangement to allow her for a certain day for her to stay for breastfeeding? So if she had to go to dig the canal or build the rice paddy dike, so what happens to those small babies?
The accused, Mr. President, frankly speaking, I did not witness it and I did not consider that matter. What I reported is based on my analysis. The newborn babies had to stay with their mothers. When the mother just delivered the babies, they had to rest, and that was unavoidable. However, the period of maternity rest depended on the mother's health. Whenever the health was strong enough for them to work in the rice field, and nobody would take care of the young babies, she would have to take the babies with her and left the babies under the tree while she worked in the rice fields. This is my assumption. The President, you said the elements had to be supervised in the Preso Security Office were required to attend criticism and self-criticism meetings. Criticism meeting means to report to the meeting on their misbehaves, and that's for the self-criticism, and also to criticize other people's mistakes. What about their daily routines? Did they have regular work? And what about the meeting? Was it held on a weekly basis or every 10 days? And when it was held, during the night or the daytime? The accused, Mr. President, it was not held every day. In principle, it was held every 7 days at night. However, sometimes it was postponed due to the urgency of the work in the rice fields. President, my last question to you. You replied to Judge Cartwright that the re-education office in Preso was a prison without walls. And the question is, during the times that people or the elements were sent for re-education at Preso, besides one staff who was in charge of the radio for Nam Hoi, were there any other people who escaped from this prison without walls? The accused, Mr. President, from what I can recall, there was none. The strict measure was applied for anyone who attempted to escape in order to prevent them from escaping. And the second strict measure was not to allow them to have any chance to rebel against us or to grab our weapons. So there were not many weapons, there was only a few for the protection of Comrade Hui. The President, what about one staff who held the radio for Nam Hoi and he fled? Was he recaptured and brought back? The accused, Mr. President, the person who fled, he fled and we could not capture him, and I reported the matter to the upper echelon, and it was reported to various units in order to arrest him. So we were not sure whether he was recaptured and smashed, and that was what happened from my recollection. However, he was not recaptured and brought back to S21 in Phnom Penh or interrogated. No. The President, thank you. The chamber judges have no further questions regarding the establishment and the operation of the re-education office at Preso or S24. And this morning we had a request from the co-prosecutors with the agreement from the international lawyer for Group 1 civil party. The chamber accepted the request, which means the proceedings on the fact will be adjourned today, and for the next proceeding, the next hearing, we will start at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. And it is the duty of each party to have the opportunity to question the accused regarding the operation and the establishment of the Re-Education Office S24 or Presor. So this is the information for all the concerned parties. Prison officer, can you take the accused back to the detention facility and bring him back tomorrow morning before 9 a.m.
L'audience est levée.